We're hot, y'all. I'm just telling y'all.
Hurry up, Dad.
I didn't sign up for this much.
40 man over there. You getting more muscles, man? More push-up time, man? You're gonna do like 8.
You can see his high kick, man.
Oh, it's getting bad. It's getting tight.
Kick over his own head, man.
That's dope.
It's not bad, bro.
Okay, Israel, once again, shalom to everyone online. Hope everybody's doing well. Shabbat shalom to everybody out here in Israel, to all the brothers out here teaching the word.
Yes, right.
Cabo in Guatemala getting it in. I'm Yataza out here getting it in. The brothers in Houston, Virginia, Rochester, New York. Shalom, continue to fight. You loved and supported out here, and it's going to be real good when we get out here in the Passover soon in Houston. It's going to Passover. It's going to be in Houston, April 17th, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
So if you guys get a chance to make it out there, by all means do it. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a great day, and if you can make that trip, I would advise that you all do so. Today, once again, shalom, shalom, shalom. Everybody online, let's get everybody get into our prayers very soon. Is there anything else we got to talk about? Intro, prep, anything? Am I missing anything?
Garments.
We're starting that. We're gonna just start giving a price soon to everybody. But the sisters are on that already. They've gotten at least a good foundation of the items needed to get going. So I think we're good on that end. Let's just go. This felt I was kind of rushed through it pretty quick, but we're good. We're good. So let's get our prayers in like normal. Shamshawan down, yeah. That's yours, Shamshawan? What's that? Yeah. It's all good. I ain't gonna. It will not be brought out. Very good. Okay. Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Natan Lanawa. Ahwar. Zayawam. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us light this day. Thanks, so be it.
Leaving, bro. Go.
You gotta hurry up, bro.
Yeah. Paper towel, paper towel.
Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Natan Lanawa. Rayach. Nayachacha. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us sweet savor. Thanks, so be it.
Okay. The water, yo. And Majum, Wapanya, Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Everybody stand. Turn around. Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Natan Lanawa. Hashabbat. B'Shalom. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thanks, so be it.
Okay. We got to slide a little back because we're kind of chopping off of the screen. Psalms 121. Anashya. Ayanyamya. Pahayim. Ma'aya. Yabu'ah. Isaiah. Yabu'ah. Ma. Yahweh. Sha'isha. Shemayim. Wa'arataza. La'a. Yanathan. Lamawat. Regalia. Yala'a. Nawam. Shashamaya. Hana. Yala'a. Nawam. Wala'a. Yashan. Shashawamar. Yasharala. Yahweh. Shemaria,
Shemaria,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Tazalia,
Tazalia,
Ayo,
Ayo,
Yanyamya,
Yanyamya,
Yad,
Yad,
Hashemash,
Hashemash,
Yala'a,
Yala'a,
Hakaya,
Hakaya,
Bayawam,
Bayawam,
Wala'a,
Wala'a,
Halabana,
Halabana,
Balayala,
Balayala,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Yashemaria,
Yashemaria,
Makor,
Makol,
Rai,
Yashamar,
Napasha,
Napasha,
Yahweh, Yashmar, Hawalakia, Wabawa'aya, Ma'aitha, Wa'ai, Iwalam.
Aman. Psalms 121. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yashala shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Amen. Israelite Credo. Shema Yashalom, Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Elohayim, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yashalom, Yahweh, Elohayim, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yashalom, Yahweh, Elohayim, Yahweh, Echad.
Deuteronomy 6 and 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Okay. Lord's Prayer. Abanawa, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Haya, Shemka, Yahweh, Malakuthka, Thaba'at, Ratazaka, Haya, Aisha, Ba'arataza, Kuwa, Haya, Bashemayim, Nathan Lanawa, Lacham, Ko, Yawam, Wasalachanaw, Chawathinaw, Chasalachanaw, Chawathinaw, Wala'ah, Thabiyanaw, Banasawan, Abo, Hawashanaw, Mayan, Rat, Kaya, Laka, Amalakwa, Waha'ala, Wahathaparat, La'ay Walamya. Amen.
Matthew chapter 6 verse 9. After this manner therefore pray ye, Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. Ten Commandments. La'a Yahaya, Laka, Alahayim, Achayim, Ayo, Panya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'a, Da'ina, Laka, Pasal, Wala'a, Da'ibadim.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
3. La'a, Talachwacha, Sham, Yahweh, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar,
Hayawam,
Hashabat, Lakwadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad, Abaka, Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'a, Tharataza.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'a, Thana'a.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'a, Thagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'a, Tha'ina, Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'a, Tha'chamat, Ko, Ashara, La'raika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Okay. Put some more oil. Change it up a little bit. Okay, it's enough. Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ab. Nathan Lanel. Hathawarah.
Blessed you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives to us the law.
Okay. Okay, Israel, you shopping?
Take seat.
We organize this real quick and then we'll get going. Thank you, sir. Just gonna get all messy real quick. Maybe one of your other brothers can get another towel and start wiping it up.
We do have a mop back there.
It's one of those.
Whack.
It's not whack. It's just a different kind of mop. Okay, I don't want to take away from everybody waiting on class. We talk about mop wars out here. Okay, so where we're catching up at, we're starting off in 1 Samuel chapter 10 is where we're starting off at right now in class. And leading up to chapter 10 is when the Most High was, I don't want to say the Most High. I want to say that the people were complaining to Saul about the fact that they needed a king. Mm-hmm. The people wanted a king. They wanted somebody to sit back here and establish an army and fight their wars for them. Samuel pleaded with them not to do so. The Most High said, let them go ahead and do it. And he's going to send them a king.
And why were the people asking for a king?
They were asking for a king because, first of all, Samuel's reign was great. Samuel was a great leader, prophet, and judge for the nation. But he got old. And it got to the point where his sons took over, and his sons didn't share the same passion and focus and love of the Most High than he did. What's his name? Samuel's sons were taking bribes. They were sitting back here. They weren't standing up for what was right. They threw it at the judgment, and the elders of the nation recognized it. Then they sat back and approached Samuel in his hometown of Ramah and said, hey man, we know you're doing a great job, or you did a great job, but your sons ain't.
Yeah.
Right. And they changed the direction of how Samuel had set up overseeing the people.
So you know what's going next. Listen, now when the judges start going left, what goes next? Then Philistines start rising up again.
That's true.
And we start sinning. Listen, Eli's sons were doing bribes, doing corruptness, and guess what happened? The Philistines start getting stronger, and all of a sudden they start getting closer range to the Jews, or taking over lands.
You know, and this is if I could just read one scripture on that point that you're bringing out is Romans chapter 12, 13 verse 1 and 2 real quick. It says, actually verse 3, it says, for rulers are not a terror to good works, but to the evil.
The brothers should get that verse.
Yeah.
Brothers, Romans chapter what?
13 verse 3 real quick. Start 1 through 3 real fast.
Romans chapter 13 and verse 1. Let every soul be subject unto the higher powers. For there is no power but of the Most High. The powers that be are ordained of the Most High.
Go ahead.
Whosoever therefore resisteth the power, resisteth the ordinance of the Most High. And they that resist shall receive to themselves damnation.
Go ahead.
For rulers are not a terror to good works, but to the evil. Wilt thou then not be afraid of the power? Do that which is good, and thou shalt have praise of the same.
So every time we get out of order, the Most High got certain people set up to keep us in check. And that's been on a national level as a nation, and on an individual level, whether you're in a city, state, or any type of government. You know, you don't have to worry about any power or any other superior people as long as you're right by the Most High. But you know, you always got people that are talk down on, authority figures. Well, you know what? You don't have to worry about authority at all whatsoever as long as you right by the Most High. So if we are right by the Most High as a people, we don't have to worry about any nation suppressing us, any nation putting us under authority or fearing that they'll put us in captivity or subjection. They're not a problem to us as long as we stay right in His eyes. Just wanted to bring that up.
But the problem was this. You know what the problem was? The problem was, as Israel as a nation didn't have the habit of being on point.
Yep.
As a nation, what the Most High was trying to get Israel to do was to, as a nation, embrace servitude. As a nation, embrace following His laws and commandments with joy and happiness.
He's trying to instill that
inside of us.
And every times the Most High interfaced with Israel, he was trying to instill a culture that we constantly resisted.
Yep. Because the
That
thing is
culture
this,
was going to protect us.
but the culture that was festered was whoever had the strongest influence won.
Yeah.
So if that influence was negative, people would follow the negative example.
Yeah.
If the influence was strong, people would follow the strong example. The problem was we were too geared towards following the tempo of the strongest willed person in the building. When Samuel was pushing the word of the Most High, everybody followed Samuel.
Yep.
Yeah.
They were pissed when Samuel's sons were breaking the law. The elders came to Samuel and said, listen, what's going on? Your sons ain't doing what you did. You got to get this together. But you know, when Eli and his sons were running things, nobody cared about the bribes. Everybody did what they was doing. They learned to adapt to the negative way of life.
Yeah.
And that's the scary part. So the elders like, we need a king to sit back here and fight wars for our people.
So guys, this question. Then if our people learn to adapt to the native culture around them, that's no coincidence that now in America, living here, the cultures that are pushed,
Yeah.
the social agendas that are pushed, the new ideologies that are pushed, the
Yep.
new concepts they push on our children, on the adults, on the family structure, on the man woman, on the gender structure.
Yep.
These cultures that are constantly bombarding our people in movie, media, and now people take on those philosophies and make it a part of who they are.
Huh?
Now our people are pushed in the circumstance. Do you submit to this degree of depravity, or do you sit here and be social outcasts and be isolated because you don't share the same beliefs?
That peer pressure.
Con.
But it also goes back into even in camp structures in schools. The issue is whatever the head is and however he pushes, that's as far as everybody else pushes. That's a good and bad thing. Nobody ever learns to push past their limitations. So let's continue because I want to kind of get into the topic. So what ends up happening is Samuel says, the fact that Israel urged for a king, even though it might have been a logical reasoning for it, for military help, and to get Israel, don't forget, Israel was a bunch of warring city-states and small tribes, and 12. It was really 12 cliques. It was 12 cliques that stayed to themselves. There was no unity. The Book of Judges let us know that. So now the elders are like, okay, Samuel unified us, but now everybody go back into that separate approach. We need somebody that's going to galvanize and make everybody come together. And they figured a king would do so. Now Samuel was like, you know what? This is the wrong thing to do. You're rejecting all the works I did and the Most High. The Most High ended up saying, listen, man, they rejected me. Don't worry about it. They've been doing this since the time of Egypt. Let the people know. We'll get you a king, and I'll let you know who the king's going to be.
Because it's too, it also says, like, you know, we had a priesthood structure or a judgment government, and you have a kingship government, right? The judgment government was working, except for under I guess his children, his sons.
Yeah.
Samuel's sons. The question was, there was nobody else at that time that had that kind of ability to galvanize people or to show.
Yes. Because don't forget, how did Samuel win the trust of the congregation? From the time the Spirit hit him at 12, his prophecies kept being on point. His guidance kept being on point to where he earned the nation's trust. You had to put in work to get all these people to rally behind you. So nobody's actions was enough to get everybody to follow and galvanize under one person. So they were like, Israel needs to be made to follow. And it kind of, you're going to see on a very simplistic and carnal level, by the time we get to chapter 11, how that concept is true. Then we read down to chapter 12 and 13, and you'll realize where it begins to fall apart. Because on the carnal aspect, the person that the king, the Most High, chooses was perfect to fit the carnal needs of the people, just not the spiritual needs of the people. And this is what the Most High gave them exactly what they asked for.
I gotta make this point, and I don't want to go. I'm not trying to go off, but that's the challenge about life. When we ask the Most High for something and it's carnal, you might get that carnal blessing. The sad thing is that you're going to be unfulfilled when you have spiritual needs.
Yeah.
That's the scary part. I need this job.
That carnal blessing comes with the cost.
I need this kind of woman. I need this kind of situation. And all your carnal boxes get checked. There's people that have all the success in the world. They have all the beauty in the world.
They got their jobs.
They got their jobs.
Money, their security.
There's this lady. It's a sad story. It's been on social media lately. There's this sister named, her last name is Christ, Miss America pageant winner.
Mm-hmm.
She was Miss America. She was Miss from North Carolina. She was Miss USA.
I see that.
She was a lawyer, a professional lawyer. She was extremely beautiful, and she had everything a person could want, quote unquote. She had an apartment in New York. She had a paid-for lifestyle, wealthy. Every box was checked, but she was still unhappy. Ended up committing suicide, jumping out of the top, I think the 60th floor of her building to her death. She said that she felt, her last post, she put, may this day bring you rest and peace, meaning like rest and peace. And she made this last picture. It looked kind of it's like a very beautiful picture of her, and her eyes were like kind of real dark. But she was complaining on the side that she had family problems within her family. She felt pressure being a lawyer because blacks weren't respected, black women weren't respected in her profession. And as she was getting older, her looks were declining. The point is, every carnal box in her life was checked. She had everything carnally a person could want, but there was no conversation about the Most High. And the problem with us is we have a lot of desires we want, like the Israelites, right? Our people. We have a lot of desires we want. But when their desires aren't connected to the Most High's pleasure, we end up becoming extremely dissatisfied.
There you go.
And I would say a lot of people that deal with depression, a lot of people that deal with second guessing, a lot of people that deal with the spirit of regret, is because we put our carnal desires in front of our spiritual desires.
And we think the carnal desires, accomplishing the carnal desires will make us happy.
Right.
It's the truth.
And this whole topic, going into this topic, it kind of just looks like that.
Yep. Because what we're going to read in chapter 10 is I would say when Samuel starts the process of getting Samuel goes through the process of getting Saul anointed. Then we're going to jump into how he starts to win the trust of the people. Then it quickly goes south after he gets a little bit of props. He gets a little bit of respect. Then you start seeing how his attitude changes soon afterwards. Okay? But the Most High gives the people exactly what they want so they can see what it means to have a king in the flesh.
Yeah.
There's pros and there's cons. There's the idea of safety. But then what they don't realize is if that guy that you're following isn't on point, then that safety goes out the door.
Yeah.
Because without that connection with the Most High, you're not going to have his backing, whether you have a king or not. People felt that having a king and an army would bring about some level of peace of mind and protection, but it wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't. We didn't get what we thought we were going to get from having a king.
You know, the same thing when we complained on the Most High about the quail, but not eating meat.
Yep.
The Most High let it rain quail to where it was on the ground in abundance, and then we had so much quail it made us sick.
And it was blowing up on our stomachs.
Yeah.
The quail was blowing up on our stomachs. Like, you gonna eat this quail, you're gonna get sick as hell eating this damn quail. Because
it's what you wanted, and so the Most High gave it to you, and then he give it to you so much you don't want it no more.
God. Because you don't realize what you're asking for.
Yep.
So, just so we understand, when the Most High is not giving you what you want, maybe it's because you're not ready to handle it. And maybe we should take the time to focus on what we need to work on in our spirit before he gives us what we say we want.
Right, because we don't really know what's good for us.
No, we do not. So, let's now get into 1 Samuel chapter 10, verse 1. Who's the first man up? Amiakia. I knew you'd come in time, man. Get it. Go for it.
Amiyatya, Shah Shabata, Ban Yashkar, Ban Yashal,
Amiatia, Shamshawan, Banyashikor, Banyashal, Amachu, Rock, Yahweh Hashem Yahshua.
Yahweh Hashem Shabakatam.
All right, Yahshua. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's read the book of the Lord. That's what we doing today.
From the top.
Yep, from the top.
1 Samuel chapter 10, verse 1. Then Samuel took a vial of oil and poured it upon his head, and kissed him, and said, It is not because the Lord hath anointed thee to be captain over his inheritance.
I mean, is it not? So this is Samuel literally anointing Saul with the vial of oil, and saying, is it not because the Lord hath anointed thee to be captain over his inheritance? It was still a captainship, right? It wasn't meant to be a kingship. He was just the next wartime judge that was going to lead Israel through their battles with the Philistines. Because don't forget, Samuel was the biggest, tallest guy in the nation. So he was the most physically put together, the strongest. He looked the part. And Israel needed a figurehead to look the part. And we're going to start, as we start going through these chapters, we're going to start pinpointing a lot of elements of Saul's personality to let you know Saul was a lot about optics, how things look. I'm telling you, he was talking a good game. He was talking tough. You're going to see it's crazy. Watch. But keep going.
Verse 2. When thou art departed from me today, then when thou shalt find 2 men by Rachel's sepulchre in the border of Benjamin at Zelzah, and they will say unto thee, The asses which thou wentest to seek are found, and lo, thy father hath left the care of the asses, and sorroweth for you, saying, What shall I do for my son?
So he's saying that the animals that he was looking for in the first place, that ended up getting him to see Samuel, the asses are taken care of. Your father's looking for you. Now he's worried. It's been a few days. He's concerned that something happened to you. That some sons of Belial dealt with you or something like that. You got for a long period of time. All kind of things to be worried about. So he's worried about Saul getting back home safely. So let's keep going.
Verse 3. Then thou shalt go on forward from thence, and thou shalt come to the plain of Tabor. And there shall meet thee 3 men going up to the Most High to Bethel, one carrying 3 kids, and another carrying 3 loaves of bread, and another carrying a bottle of wine. And they will salute thee, and give thee 2 loaves of bread, which thou shalt receive of their hands. Verse 5. After that thou shalt come to the hill of the Most High, where is the garrison of the Philistines.
So listen, he's saying this. He says, after that, thou shalt come to the hill of the Most High, where is the garrison of the Philistines. What you're going to read continuously now, we know that the Philistines were located far west, alongside the seashore, right? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What Samuel is telling Saul is that the Philistines had garrisons in different Israelite settlements in the interiors of the Israelite lands. Don't forget, when we first crossed over in Judges, or in Joshua, the Philistines weren't just in these spots on the left. They had established garrisons, which were like little military forts. Mm-hmm. That was established in Israelite cities. And that was how the Philistines just maintained their control, kept a watchful eye on the Jews. And they were able to sit back here and gather intel and it's just like America going to all these countries and having what do you call those outposts, embassies and outposts. Mm-hmm. It's how they keep a foothold on the affairs of these foreign nations to make sure they can kind of keep an eye on any insurrections or any possible overthrows of the government. Mm-hmm. So the Philistines had garrisons in Israelite towns. And there was some type of a peace that was established in these garrison cities. I want to make sure we establish that, because as we read on in chapter 14, you're going to read about how these garrisons come up later on in the chapters.
Yeah, I gotta make this point. You're looking from the time, I guess, was this like a 400 time year period? where we were always engaged with the Philistines. It wasn't changing. You had to have Samson. You had to have Gideon. It was the same thing that these Philistines just weren't.
The Philistines were relentless.
Moses said, "Hey, get rid of these people. Do your job."
Yep.
Joshua tried to do it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then his apprentice, Caleb,
It was Joshua.
Joshua and Caleb, they were at war. Bottom line is, we never finished off these Philistines.
None.
And this theme, what I'm trying to say is the theme in your life that you don't finish is just going to stay there.
The things you don't fight.
Yeah.
It's not, it
So
wasn't
you're saying,
changing,
you're saying
bro.
those, any negative spirit you have is going to have a garrison in you.
It's going to have a garrison out like this. I'm going to see you on Tuesday, bro. 'Cause
All,
you ain't got
what
rid
it's
of
saying,
that.
all your bad habits. Yeah, all your bad habits aren't leaving, and they're going to sit back here looking you in the face until you make a change.
Because we be hoping like, oh, I hope this is the last
Let's
time.
gonna forget
I hope
about
this is
it.
the last time cops pull me over, right?
Yeah,
Because
I'm riding dirty because I don't like
It's the
paperwork.
last time
Black
cops
men
pull me
do not
over.
like dealing with paperwork. I don't know why that's the case. Black men and paperwork, it just doesn't go right.
Bills.
Black men and bills. It's like kryptonite.
Bill.
Get this green substance away from me. Get this responsibility away.
Don't look at it.
Hey babe, take care of it.
Babe.
Hey babe.
I love you, babe.
Listen, you handle that. What's the point that we're saying? The Philistines weren't giving. You know what's crazy? The Canaanites didn't trip. The Canaanites cowered and didn't really fight like the Philistines. The Philistines were relentless. Listen, Samuel decimated them like 15, 20 years ago. Now they're back at it again. It was a constant thing, and it just shows about us. If we don't fight what's in us, them spirits keep coming back for us.
Not going nowhere.
Whatever laziness and doubt and fear that you hold inside of you, you might forget about it, but it's still there.
Yeah.
All the things our lack of disciplines and our lust and all the negative in our mind, when we don't address it, it rears its ugly head at the most inopportune time.
Desire for control,
Kind
and
of.
doubt, and anger. Those things aren't going away because you
They're
got
not
past
going-
it for like
yeah.
3 weeks.
Exactly.
It's been a good 3 weeks, huh?
Yeah.
like
You better sit back here and create a system to stay on top of it forever.
Fallow ground.
Hmm?
Fallow ground.
Yeah, but there's always going to be fallow ground if we don't always trim it and cut it down and work on it and go deal with those issues that we like to keep unattended. So now we have these garrisons. So the only reason I'm bringing up garrisons, the garrison issue is going to be something more down the line. But I just want you to know there were garrisons still in the interiors of Israel, because the majority of this storyline that we're reading in Samuel is still dealing with the land of Benjamin and Ephraim. That's the central area. Shiloh, Benjamin, even all of Samuel's routes. Samuel's routes were still right around here. Ramah was his hometown. He went to Mizpah, Bethel, and Gilgal, which is Bel-Hazar. That was his rotation. And the majority of this story is dealing in this central area, which is from Shiloh down to Ramah or Geba. Mm-hmm. You're going to see that the basis of the story is between Shiloh and Gibeah and Geba. That whole space, and that's really Ephraim and Benjamin. But Samuel is telling you these garrisons are all up in this area, but you see the Philistines' homelands is far west. So they kept extending their territory eastward, becoming a burden to us even when they were on their side of their territory. Okay, so read verse 5 again, sir.
Come. 1 Samuel chapter 10, verse 5. After that thou shalt come to the hill of the Most High, where is the garrison of the Philistines, and it shall come to pass, when thou art come thither to the city, thou shalt meet a company of prophets coming down from the high place, with the psaltery and the tabret and a pipe and a harp before them, and they shall prophesy.
So he says, you're going to meet some prophets, and they're going to prophesy to you. Okay, read on.
And the Spirit of the Lord will come upon thee, and thou shalt prophesy with them, and shall be turned into another man.
So he says, listen, when you start dealing with these prophets, now the Spirit of the Most High is going to enter you, and you're going to be a different person. The crazy thing is this. So what is the scripture saying? When you start giving yourself to the scriptures, you start giving your mind to counsel and the teachings, that the Most High gives you, you become another man. What Samuel didn't say is, are you going to sit back here and continue to be that other man? What you do with the knowledge, what you do with the wisdom, what you do with the training and the development scripturally is up to you. Just because the prophets are prophesying to you and you're getting taught and you're becoming like one of the prophets scripturally, doesn't mean you're going to maintain being in the spirit of the Most High.
It's like a coach. A coach gives you a workout program to work out over the summertime.
Yeah.
He's like, listen, man, I want you to work with this training program, eat this certain way. You look up, it's the beginning of the season, you're looking strong, you're looking pretty buff, you got more ability. If you stop that program, you regress back to that the guy you were before.
The flabby guy.
Yep. And can you read Numbers chapter 14 real quick? Just like I like what he's saying as far as being that another man. You know, the hope would be that as you become another man, like you said, Ahwar, that you become wholehearted following the Most High. Numbers chapter 14, somebody get verse 24.
Numbers chapter 14, verse 24.
Numbers 14 and 24. I just want to make sure I said it loud, all authoritative, so I can get it. You know, Numbers 14 and 24. Read that.
Numbers chapter 14, verse 24. But my servant Caleb,
Go ahead.
because he had another spirit.
It said he got a what?
He had another spirit.
He didn't have the same spirit everybody else got on. He was a different kind of man. He became a different man. He had a different spirit. Read on.
He had another spirit with him.
And what does that mean when the Most High said he had another spirit with him? Go ahead.
And have followed me fully.
Wow. And so what that means is when I become another man, I got another spirit. That means I become fully committed to the Most High. That's the goal. That's the hope. Is that you no longer have your desires. Your desires are the Most High's desires.
But you know the crazy thing is, that's truly predicated on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah.
People think that once that the Holy Spirit hits you, or the true Spirit hits you, then it's just going to stay with you.
Right.
That's not the case.
It stay with me forever.
It's not going to stay with you forever. It will if you keep denying yourself and staying in the spirit of discipline and putting the Most High first.
If you stay on Coach's plan.
If you stay on the Most High's plan
Huh.
and how you were directed to be, then you'll sit back here and keep this spirit that separates Caleb from another person.
Yep.
But if you don't keep that spirit, you'll lose it.
You lose it.
As quickly as the spirit hits you, you can lose it even quicker.
And people don't look at that. That's very scary.
I know that. People think because you got some classes, you've taught some scriptures, you've understood, you've been around brotherhood, you've seen the Spirit, you've seen the Most High work through you, then it will continue to work through you.
You know,
that's not true.
You know, I look at Saul. I know we're not there yet in the class yet, but I always look at Saul as one of the greatest persons as a biblical example of the Most High being with you, than the Most High being not with you anymore.
Huh.
Like the Most High pulling His Spirit right off of you, and then you're left the man that you were before the Most High put His Spirit on you. That's kind of like one of the greatest examples of the Most High departing from a man.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just showing you that Spirit don't stay on you, like you said. It doesn't stay on you. Saul's a perfect example for that.
Huh.
So we're saying.
But it was on him at one time.
At one time, it was
that
on him.
righteousness is not permanent then.
Your righteousness is still predicated on how humble you maintain. You're only as righteous as how humble you maintain under the eyes of the Heavenly Father. And are you willing to continue to submit yourself to righteousness, to submit yourself to discipline?
I want to go back to old school days when people always complain about, man, how come you go to the comments on YouTube, they're like, why does this guy keep teaching? What happened? People were going crazy in the comment section because this brother be going, like, they be doing it out. They be pulling thousands of people out, having all the power and charisma, the Spirit of the Lord on them out. And they're like, man, where is he now? And, the doctrine must not be true.
No.
And they have no earthly clue how hard it is just to maintain the Spirit.
Okay.
And the things you have to go through something to maintain the Spirit of the Lord on you.
Okay.
You have to fight to keep it. And you get challenged and challenged and challenged to maintain that spirit. So the point I'm trying to establish is, like Shamshawan said, he said, it's another spirit. Am I fighting to keep it? Or will I be like Saul and allow the spirit to depart from me? When the Most High confirmed he was with us.
Okay. We good? You have more in your verse?
No, that was it.
Okay, let's get back to
It's a bad scripture, bro.
It is that. Yeah, so read verse 6 again, 10 and 6.
1 Samuel chapter 10, verse 6.
Mm-hmm.
And the Spirit of the Lord will come upon thee, and thou shalt prophesy with them, and shalt be turned into another man.
Listen, when you start to prophesy and you start teaching, you start being around teachers and the Spirit of the Most High, you'll start prophesying and you'll be another man. But like I said, you being another man is no different than being baptized and cleansed by the Spirit of the Heavenly Father. Just because you got baptized in the Word and you got cleansed with the Word of Christ doesn't mean you maintain it. The maintenance is the challenge. Continue.
Verse 7. And let it be, when these signs are come unto thee, that thou do as occasion serve thee. For the Most High is with thee.
The Most High was with Samuel. See, there it goes. Okay. There. The lighting is still kind of weird, but okay. Read on.
And thou shalt go down before me to Gilgal, and behold, I will come down unto thee to offer burnt offerings and to sacrifice sacrifices of peace offerings. 7 days shalt thou tarry, till I come to thee and show thee what thou shalt do.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 9. And it was so that when he had turned his back to go from Samuel, the Most High gave him another heart.
Exactly. Listen, the Most High has the ability to change your perspective, to change your heart. The crazy, he gave Saul this heart because he was humble. He was humble and he was willing to follow his teacher and his leader at the time. All of this was predicated on the time, and at the time he was humble and willing to be adjusted. Read on.
The Most High gave him another heart, and all those signs came to pass that day.
So everything that he said happened. He went down to past the garrison of the Philistines. He ran into these prophets. These prophets anointed him. He was prophesying. He was a new man. Read on.
Verse 10. And when they came thither to the hill, behold, a company of prophets met him, and the Spirit of the Most High came upon him, and he prophesied among them.
Exactly.
And it came to pass, when all that they knew him before time saw that.
Meaning all that knew him before time.
When all that knew him before time saw that, behold, he prophesied among the prophets. Then the people said one to another, What is this that is come unto the son of Kish? Is Saul also among the prophets?
The answer was yes. Because that was the anticipation, that was the expectation the Most High had for Saul. If you were going to be the king, you were supposed to lead the people spiritually. What he was trying to instill in Saul was a different type of leader than what we had back in the time of the judges. Back in the time of judges, what were we doing? We were just killing enemies, and going back to our homelands and establishing our own righteousness. Here, Saul was being trained and developed to teach the word of the Most High. He was also trained to be a prophet. He was supposed to be more than just a meathead. It's the truth. The Most High wanted more for Saul than that, but what you're going to see is Saul was given an opportunity to hold on to spiritual approaches, a spiritual mindset, and be the wartime fighter for the people. But we're going to see, did he nurture that relationship? Did he choose the right mind frame to have?
So he was supposed to be more than his natural gifts.
Exactly.
Because we all come to Israel
with natural abilities.
With natural gifts.
Mm-hmm.
Those natural gifts, they make you shine partially in Israel.
Yep.
But there's a period of time when the Most High like, no, it's not enough. I want you to be more spiritual.
Well-rounded.
Yeah.
And this is what the Most High, this is why he had him, this is why the people, he said, who's the son of Kish? He's a prophet now? This dude was just lumberjacking in 5 weeks ago. He was just this physical specimen. Now he's quoting Bible verses?
And this is kind of how people react to you when you come to the truth.
Yeah. When you start to change.
When you really come in like the first couple months, well, I say first maybe 6 to 8 months,
mm-hmm.
and you're heavy in class and you're kind of serious and you're taking it serious. Holiday season pops up, you ain't eating no pork no more.
Beard's all scruffy.
Looking crazy, not taking care of yourself no more, quote unquote. What's going on with you? The whole point is, when the Most High starts to talk to us, we get that same reaction. what you some kind of holy guy, man? Some kind of prophet over here?
Yeah.
You some righteous guy now?
Were you in a cult?
I remember he used to be, bro. I remember you was like a couple
You was
minutes
set
ago.
tripping.
Just 5 minutes ago, you was
Yeah.
he was with the set. Yeah. You got a Bible in your hand.
You was
bro.
doing the same thing we was doing.
Now you better than me.
Now you better. You know what I'm saying?
No doubt.
So when you hear these people hear these conversations about themselves when they're a little different, it's actually a good thing. But the question is, do we believe in our change?
And do we sit back here and make these new elements the Most High is trying to instill in us? Do we make it ours? Listen, we're going to see as we read on, did Saul continue to feed the mindset of the prophets? Did he continue to feed the mindset of being to represent Israel spiritually as well as physically? Okay, but the intention was to get him to tap into the spiritual side so he could lead Israel better. So let's keep going.
1 Samuel chapter 10 and verse 12. And one of the same place answered and said, But who is their father? Therefore it became a proverb. Is Saul also among the prophets?
Because it didn't make any sense
Get outta here.
that Saul was sitting back here. Now he was quoting Bible verses,
Ain't
bro.
no way, bro.
You're hanging out with the prophets. Listen, that meant he was hanging out with the prophets. He was spending time with the prophets.
He went from the son of Kish to the one of the prophets. Man.
Exactly. What he was showing you, it was the Most High was grooming him
God.
before he even took the throne officially. He was grooming him. He was developing him before it was really made known to the entire nation.
So the Most High was giving him a chance, like he gave us a chance.
God, he was giving him a chance before he thrusted him in the spotlight to sit back here and understand the foundation of what this is about. He gave him pride because everybody say, "I wasn't ready. I didn't know. I got this responsibility thrown on me too early." No, you didn't.
I didn't sign up for this.
Most High won't give you anything you can't handle. Most High didn't give Saul anything he couldn't handle.
I didn't choose his lifestyle.
God.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's a real conversation.
So he had Saul had Samuel teaching him and these prophets teaching him what it was to sit back and serve the Heavenly Father. Continue.
Verse 13. And we had made an end of prophesying, he came to the high place. And Saul's uncle said unto him and to his servant, Whither went ye?
Saul's uncle is Abner, who ended up being his captain of the host. Okay, so Saul's uncle, which was one of his favorite relatives, you're going to read in the Josephus, said, "Where'd you come from?" Read on.
And he said, To seek the asses. And when we saw that they were nowhere, we came to Samuel.
So he didn't tell him anything else. Listen, Saul didn't tell his uncle Abner anything else but the fact that they went to look for those asses, those cattle, and we couldn't find them. Read on.
Verse 15. And Saul's uncle said, Tell me, I pray thee, what Samuel said unto you. And Saul said unto his uncle, He told us plainly that the asses were found, but of the matter of the kingdom, wherefore Samuel spake, he told him not.
So he didn't tell his uncle that he was chosen to be the king yet. So once again, he wasn't even officially out there as the king. He was getting trained by the prophets about what it means to lead Israel and what it leads to prophesy for the people of Israel. And he really didn't want to sit back here and tell anybody because he didn't want all that shine on him, one, and he didn't want all that jealousy. He didn't want to sit back here and establish a lot of jealousy on him. How we're going to explain that? Let's go to Antiquities of the Jews, book 6, chapter 4, paragraph 3. Nagahai, if you can give me that one, be appreciative. You stay on the scriptures on me out there. And
Page 156 if you got the blue Josephus.
so once again, it's 6, 4, and 3.
Book 6, chapter 4, paragraph 3. But as soon as Saul came into the house of his kinsman Abner, whom indeed he loved better than the rest of his relations.
So listen, Saul was tight with Abner. Okay? Abner, you're going to read about, ended up being Saul's captain of the host. Read on.
he was asked by him concerning his journey, and what accidents happened to him therein. And he concealed none of the other things from him. No, not his coming to Samuel the prophet, nor how he told him the asses were found. Is that saying the opposite? I'm sorry. Okay. But he said nothing to him about the kingdom, and what belonged thereto, which he thought would procure him envy.
Oh, so what was he conscious of?
What would procure him envy?
He was sitting back here and understood that him getting promoted to this level would piss people off. He realized, if I sit back here and tell people I'm the king, G, watch, it's going to be announced real soon. I'm over you. I was chosen. That people will start getting envious, and you're going to read, people were envious. And people were like, who the hell is this Saul dude? How the hell did he get chosen over me?
Same thing happened to Joseph.
There was a lot of beef being established because Saul was being
Joseph
chosen.
walked around and said, man, I had this dream.
Yeah, one star was going to be over the other 12 stars. Everything was going to be okay for me. You're like, what, man? You going to sit back here? How was you sit back and be over all your brothers? Get out of here, right?
We said the 11 stars made obeisance.
Yeah, it's crazy. And it was the 11 stars served me. And you didn't expect some fire to come back to you. Right? So yeah, so this is what Saul had an understanding. Listen, what it shows you also is that Saul was very in tune to who? The people.
Yeah.
He was in tune to the feeling of the people. That's a blessing and a what?
Curse.
You have to be in tune with the people, but then you also have to not give a shit how they feel and make sure righteousness comes first. So it's an issue. He was very in tune with the sentiment of people. And he didn't want Abner not on his side. Abner was his favorite uncle, so I'm going to give him half the story, and I'll let Samuel announce it later on. That's where his mindset was. Read on.
Which he thought would procure him envy. And when such things are heard, they are not easily believed.
No.
Nor did he think it prudent to tell those things to him, although he appeared very friendly to him, and one whom he loved above the rest of his relations, considering, I suppose, what human nature really is, that no one is a firm friend.
It's crazy.
Neither among our intimates nor our kindred.
Nor of our kindred, yeah.
Oh, it just says our.
Oh, yours, I'm slacking. Mine is different. Read on.
Nor our kindred, nor do they preserve that kind disposition when the Most High advances men to great prosperity.
Listen, it's telling you how men roll. Carnal men roll. When the Most High advances one person, very few times do you see somebody really happy for you and not angry at you or not envious at you.
He said neither a firm friend nor a kindred, a relative. He said
even your intimates.
Even your intimates.
Be against you. Woo. When they seeing you grow and they're not.
That's crazy. Huh?
This is the catch. This is a catch. Our relationships have to be predicated on our desire to grow spiritually. Because he's telling you, if one person is growing over another person, just know envy is real close. Envy and discontentment that, why is the Most High blessing you and not me? I'm doing just as much as this guy is.
There's a reason why.
That's that envy zone.
That's the reason why it's one of the 10 commandments. Thou shalt not covet what's thy neighbor's good.
God,
there's a reason why commandment is one of the top 10.
Yeah.
Because what the Most High know about Israel?
That's what they envy.
Yeah.
We envy and we hate.
And
there's a lot of haters out.
And we, amongst our people, we're still crabs in the bucket.
Yep.
So instead of practicing the spirit of being thankful and what can I learn from somebody, we're not likely to think like that. We're not likely to be like, man, what can I learn from Samuel?
What is he doing so much better that I'm not doing so I can grow and get the blessings too?
That kind of mentality comes from a person that's humble, that's trying to learn. But we don't like to expose our weaknesses to other people.
Cover the best gifts.
We don't like to expose our insufficient nature.
And we don't want to be honest about ourselves. We want to lie to ourselves.
We don't want to sit here and be like, hey man, I do need work here, I do need work here, I do need work here. There's things I can be better in. We want to tell ourselves we're doing the best job, and I'm the best guy I can ever be. I'm doing the best I can do. And when we lie to ourselves and tell ourselves that, when somebody that's our peer starts to grow, that's killing the lie that we tell ourselves. that I thought we were on the same level. I'm doing the best I could do.
And how come I'm not getting
Not
blessed?
true, because one guy's still growing. So now I had to stop lying to myself and tell myself, oh, there's more I can do.
Right.
You want to say something? Okay.
No, I was just saying, when that happens, like even amongst family members and relatives, it's almost now, because you choose to be different now, they know that you see them and you see their flaws.
Yep.
And that becomes a problem. You know what I'm saying? Because now you become a person to convict their negativity. And that's the last thing that somebody needs, is somebody to be able to point out. Somebody wants, a carnal person wants, is for somebody to be able to point out my flaws. You know what I'm saying? And the Most High opens our eyes to be able to do that. He opens our eyes as a nation of people to be able to point out, hey, this is what your issues are. But a lot of our people don't want correction. Our people don't want, because that correction is grievous. I don't want you to be able to see me. I want you to do the same thing and be a co-signer to my negative.
Yeah.
But when you stop co-signing to my negative, now you put me on the hot seat.
Now we're not friends.
Now we're not friends. Because you don't co-sign what I do anymore.
Yeah, my nephew no more.
Yeah.
Huh?
You had a question?
Yeah, just reading this, it kind of ties back to Cain and Abel.
Okay.
When Cain was very jealous because he seen how Abel was able to progress and how he had that pleasure for the Most High to serve him and to give him the best offerings and the sacrifices. And Cain was so jealous. He was like, why not me? Why the Most High not blessing me? And it made him so jealous to the point that he ended up killing his own brother. You know, He was very jealous over the fact that the Most High looked at Abel more
With more favor.
Yeah.
And you know that shows too, is just because there's envy and people around you that may not like the fact that you're pursuing a relationship with the Most High.
Right.
Just because they're envious doesn't mean you stop. It doesn't mean you fold and give in to them either. You know what I'm saying? You don't give in to envy as well. Well, I don't want to upset. I don't want to ruffle no feathers. I don't want to make people upset. So I'm gonna stop fighting for righteousness. No, you don't stop for fighting for righteousness, regardless of what it is, who's watching. You know what I'm saying?
Huh?
Even if it's your own demise, you still got to fight for righteousness.
Trim is not thy way, it's for love.
Yeah.
Okay, so where we at? We get it?
Nor do they preserve that kind disposition when the Most High advances men to great prosperity. But they are still ill-natured and envious at those that are in eminent station.
And that is the challenge. That's the challenge also of just being elevated. You have to earn the respect of the people. And even when you earn the respect of the people, you're going to still deal with envy. You're going to still deal with people that look at you and think that you shouldn't be elevated over them. And the only solution is keep doing good works and focus on what you can control. And still, Saul was diplomatic in pushing that he was the chosen. He just sat and waited until he was anointed by Samuel in front of everybody, and that's when he took over. But what you're going to read, even when Samuel anoints him, there's going to be a lot of people that didn't like what was happening. You have to understand that the nation was still divided. Everything was still clicked up, and you're going to see. We'll explain that later. But the nation was still divided, and it wasn't divided into the customary cliques that we were taught about. It was just the southern kingdom and the northern kingdom. At that time, it was the northern kingdom still was including Benjamin, was still kind of tied in to Ephraim and the northern kingdom. It was really Judah and Simeon and everybody else. We'll go into that a little bit later. Read on. And the scriptures, the Bible. So we're back at
18.
We're at 18.
Come. 1 Samuel chapter 10 and verse 18.
Okay.
Start at 17. And Samuel called the people together unto the Lord to Mizpah.
So Samuel called all the people up to the city of Mizpah. And I think I have Mizpah around here. Yeah, Mizpah is right here next to Bethel. So he calls the entire nation up or down, wherever they're, depending on where the people were, to Mizpah, so they can sit back here and anoint the king. Okay? Read on.
Verse 18. And said unto the children of Israel, Thus saith the Lord power of Israel, I brought up Israel out of Egypt, and delivered you out of the hand of the Egyptians, and out of the hand of all kingdoms, and of them that oppressed you.
And listen, if you remember, and if he says, I have delivered you out of the hand of the Egyptians, and out of the hands of everybody that has oppressed you. And if you remember from all the stories from the time of Exodus on up, were we getting delivered because we were just that badass of fighters? We were that skilled of warriors?
No.
No, he didn't. He sat back here and handcrafted scenarios to where we got delivered by the Egyptians without lifting a finger, right? Once the waters closed, right? All of a sudden, the metallic weapons or the metal weapons pushed up on the shore, and we had weapons. First of all, when have you ever heard metal and steel wash up on the shore?
Never.
If that metal was in the middle of the ocean, that metal's going where? That metal's going to the bottom. So how the hell this metal and all this weaponry wash off into the sea, wash off to the beach? Because the Most High set it up. He sat back here, eradicated the Egyptian army. Then he gave them weapons. Then he allowed them to beat the Amalekites so they can get what do you call it? Shields and what do you call it?
Breastplate.
It's not breastplates. It's like you know the overgarments that protect you like chainmail.
Oh yeah, Hargabon.
Or like the armor, just armor.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
He gave them armor when we
Hargabons.
took out the Amalekites. But the whole way up, the Most High kept providing protection. And then when we started fighting the Canaanites, what would he do? He was sitting back here having lightning and thunder and all type of things happening to sit back here and make the battles that much easier. It wasn't even our skill as much as the Most High opening doors, setting up lightning, fire, hail. All type of things were happening to wipe out mightier nations than us.
And even dealing with the giants, the Most High had murder hornets.
Yep.
All throughout the land for a series of time.
And he watered down the numbers to where the giants weren't as prevalent.
God.
So the whole time he was setting up the stage for us to come through and protect us. So this is what Samuel is. The Most High is using Samuel to remind the people. This whole time I've been the person that's looked after you. The whole time. Read on.
1 Samuel chapter 10, verse 19. And ye have this day rejected your power, whom himself saved you out of all your adversities and your tribulations.
He says, I've gotten you through everything. There was, even though on a carnal, logical level, what it shows you also is being logical is also being carnal. Them sitting back here and looking for a king and trying to establish a military. Listen, the crazy thing is the Most High wasn't even trying to bog us down with a military. He was like, man, listen, man, when it's time to fight, I'll let you know. And more times than not, I'm going to sit back here and break these guys. Don't forget what Samuel just went through. The earth shook. Lightning was hitting. People were breaking and dying. Then they ran off, and as they was running, we chased them down and killed them when they was already scared. Don't forget when we walked around Jericho 7 times. Then the horns blew. The building fell. They were scared, you know what? Ran off, and we followed them and killed them. Was it us killing them? Or the fact that their entire damn building fell apart? And they're like, oh, this is the Most High here. Let's get the hell out of here. Yeah. Then they ran. Then we killed them. Then we act like we was doing something. Ah! Ah! It was really the Most High that did 80% of the battle, right?
Right.
You want to sit back and it was us. You see how I got him like this? Like, I know he was running back. But that's how we're thinking. We forgot the Most High did all of it. And the Most High is reminding us, you still didn't need a king. I was your security. All I'm trying to get y'all to do as a nation, was to love me.
It wasn't the God. We couldn't see the Most High, bro.
We couldn't see, and when you sit back and see it like this, now we can understand why Christ coming down was so important. Because we never understood just genuine love, and to understand to sit back and fight and change because the Heavenly Father wanted to. You know, you also needed we needed a person that we could see to mimic and follow.
Yeah.
So we're like, you know, if Christ sat back here and died for me, then maybe I can live for him.
It's
We need that type of example.
It's almost like we embody the saying, out of sight, out of mind.
Good.
Like, because we can't see the Most High, He's never in our mind as a protector, as a shield, as a guide, as a leader, to put our trust into, simply because we can't see Him.
You know what we do think of? These dangerous situations, these Philistines,
Yeah.
war,
Immediate, imminent danger.
danger. That's what we saw, danger. And you know what's crazy thing? It's hard. It's for most carnal people. It's hard to think about the Most High when you're scared shitless. When you think about 6-finger guys coming at you, Freddy's 6 fingers at.
Yeah, or even the fact that, you know, I'm not getting paid. I don't have my job's not coming
Yep.
through.
Yeah.
You know, even something as small as financial.
Yes.
I mean, it ain't got to be something enemy wise,
Yep.
like death in front of you, but just how to pay these bills. You know,
How to survive.
How to survive. That puts people in such panic and
Yep.
anxiety and fear that they can't see the Most High either. That's a blind spot for people as well.
No doubt. So the Most High is reminding the people that they didn't need this king. That the Most High was the one looking after and protecting the people the entire time. Read on. And don't forget, you don't think this is what the prophets were trying to teach Saul? Hey man, the Most High is in charge of all this. You got to make sure you put the Most High first in all things. They were giving him the playbook. Saul just forgot about it.
Well,
After a
it's
year.
easy-
Listen, you go read. He was cool
Listen.
for a while. Everything was good for like a year.
It's easy.
Then he went bananas, Zach.
It's easy
Year
to
two.
forget the playbook when you don't want to do the playbook.
I'm gonna say this: it's hard to, it's easy to forget the playbook when you're stunned on the jumbotron.
Yeah.
When you're sitting back here, you're the man, and they're blowing you up out, and they're sitting back here, you're getting all the royal this and the royal that, and all this bread and all this excess,
Yeah.
and your head starts to get big. It's hard to be humble when you're stunned on a jumbotron. Now you got bread, you got chariots,
Yeah.
you got horsemen.
Yeah. Got the maidens. Got the,
All
got
of
the
a
bakers.
sudden, all the confectionaries.
Yeah.
It's hard to sit back. Remember the Most High when everything's working your way.
And we always go into our class. We always talk about, do we remember the Lord when we get prosperity?
Yeah, yeah.
Because Paul mastered it, but we see with brothers all the time, bro. Bro get a car, bro. He ain't found no more orders up. You like, you bastard. You can't do the orders no more.
I got a car.
I got a car, man.
Most High's blessing me.
I'm doing big things. I said, okay, bro. All right,
No
bro.
more counsel for the black man. Huh?
All right, bro.
No humility. Yeah.
Exactly. It's true. It's as simple as horrible.
When the wheels go away, brothers sleeping on the floor.
Then we get accidents. Oh man, I'll serve the Most High now. Let's keep going, man. Let's keep going.
1 Samuel chapter 10 verse 19.
Horrible.
from the top.
That's true though.
And ye have this day rejected your power, who himself saved you out of all your adversities and your tribulations.
Mhm.
And ye have said unto him, Nay, but set a king over us.
Yeah, I know the Most High sat back here and did this and this, but I need a king. I need protection. I need guaranteed protection right now in my life.
Or well, women say, I need security.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That men go through it all the time.
Yeah.
I need more security. There's this truth thing. I don't know about this truth thing. I need more security.
Yeah.
And you know what? Men say with the Most High.
Yeah.
Everybody has the same complaint, bro.
Yeah. So I'll give up my relationship with the Most High for security. Read on.
And ye have said unto him, Nay, but set a king over us. Now, therefore, present yourselves before the Lord by your tribes and by your thousands.
So he says, now, this is what you want this king. Present yourself by the tribes so you can see this damn anointed king happen. You see, I seem you had to cut him first. Right? It's like the ceremony was up. There's no more fun in the ceremony. Right?
Yeah.
You're like, y'all screwed up. You know that, right?
Yeah.
You know you was wrong. Now here's your king. And he's like this,
Yeah.
There's no happiness now.
That's a little
It was a party pooper
I got
situation.
what I
man.
wanted though. I still got what I wanted.
Well, he said, you got what you want, but listen, I'm making everybody feel bad. Everybody still, listen, they love and respected Samuel.
Yeah.
And Samuel was this old man checking him out, going at him out. You know, he was angry, he was fiery. Old man wisdom, well, here's your king. Here he comes. Get your tribes ready.
You know in the back of your mind.
It's like, damn,
you
messed
we
up,
screwed
bro.
up.
That's what I was saying. Like,
Yeah.
you feel like that we screwed up, but who's the king gonna be? But damn, Most High didn't want this. It's crazy. He's like, Most High didn't want this, but here's this guy, son of Kish. Come on up. Read on. Verse 20.
And when Samuel had caused all the tribes of Israel to come near, the tribe of Benjamin was taken.
Okay. So they had all the tribes walk past, then they stopped the tribe of Benjamin. Read on.
When he had caused the tribe of Benjamin to come near by their families, the family of Matri was taken, and Saul the son of Kish was taken. And when they sought him, he could not be found.
They couldn't find him. He was hidden. Let's go back to to Josephus now. 6, 4, and 4. Josephus, Antiquities of the Jews, book 6, chapter 4, paragraph 4. So 6, 4, 4.
Paragraph 4, page 156. Then Samuel called the people together to the city Mizpah, and spake to them in the words following, which he said he was to speak by the command of the Most High, that when he had granted them a state of liberty and brought their enemies into subjection, they were become unmindful of his benefits.
Like we do all the time. When everything is cool and everything is controlled and everything is safe and comfortable, then you forget the Most High. This is why the Most High constantly keeps us going through cycles of discomfort, cycles of instability, cycles of chaos. Because if there's no chaos in our life, we're forgetting the Most High. And those are the facts. It's unfortunate, but as long as life is comfortable, Most High what? Sabbath what? Service what?
The Most High's on the back burner.
Exactly. And this is what he's saying. When things are going good, you forgot me. You continuously forget me. The only time you cry to me is when you're at the threat of extinction. So the Most High has to allow these skirmishes to continue to fester and fester to keep us humble. But this is how the Most High deals with us. He keeps us in this struggling situation. He always has calamities and difficulties and problems keep facing us to keep us serving Him.
He said our lips are draw near to him with our lips, but our heart is far from him.
God.
Our mind is hardly ever on the Most High.
God. So let's keep going.
They were become unmindful of his benefits and rejected the Most High, that he should not be their king, as not considering that it would be most for their advantage to be presided over by the best of beings.
He's like, it's to your benefit that you sit back here and push for the highest standard, the power that's been there for you the entire time. It's to your advantage just to follow one power. It's not to your advantage to follow some guy who's liable to be very wavering and flaky and inconsistent and not considerate of what you need. Like Samuel said earlier in chapter 9, your king is going to take the best of your sons, the best of your daughters, the best of your vineyards, the best of your resources. It goes to him. Then you got to still give your 10% to the Most High. That means you have less. Read on.
They were become unmindful of his benefits and rejected the Most High, that he should not be their king, as not considering that it would be most for their advantage to be presided over by the best of beings. For the Most High is the best of beings. And they chose to have a man for their king, while kings will use their subjects as beasts.
Exactly. Read on.
According to the violence of their own wills and inclinations and other passions.
Their lust. Read on.
As wholly carried away with the lust of power.
Exactly. So what he's saying is that position corrupts. So this was why they were trying to take Saul and teach him in hopes that the scriptures and the spirit would ground him. But understand that the position of being a king pulls you into a position of pushing for power and desire. Read on.
As wholly carried away with the lust of power, but will not endeavor so to preserve the race of mankind.
It becomes less about what the body needs and more about what the king needs. Read on.
To preserve the race of mankind as his own workmanship and creation, which, for that very reason, the Most High would take care of. But since you have come to a fixed resolution, and this injurious treatment of the Most High has quite prevailed over you, dispose yourselves by your tribes and scepters and cast lots.
So what he's saying is you're casting lots. You're going to keep walking past each tribe, and I will determine which king or which man of what particular tribe gets the honor. Read on.
Paragraph 5. When the Hebrews had so done, the lot fell upon the tribe of Benjamin. And when the lot was cast for the families of this tribe, that which was called Matri was taken. And when the lot was cast for the single persons of that family, Saul, the son of Kish, was taken for their king. When the young man knew this, he prevented their sending for him.
So he hid. Read on.
And immediately went away and hid himself.
This was still when he was humble. This was still when he wasn't sure he could handle the position. So he stayed away. Read on.
I suppose that it was because he would not have it thought that he willingly took the government upon him. Nay, he showed such a degree of command over himself and of modesty that while the greatest part are not able to contain their joy, even in the gaining of small advantages, but presently show themselves publicly to all men.
What he's saying is most people can't handle just a little bit of success. Most people can't handle a little bit of good happening to them before they start flaunting.
Before the head swell up.
They start getting big head, think they're on some level. I got it. That's what people get when they get things. They want to floss. They want to sit back high side. What are the words for it? High side, floss,
Stunt.
flex. That's flex. That's what people do when they get things. He says this guy was different. When Saul was young, he wasn't trying to flex on the opportunity. He didn't want to come off like he was going to flaunt somebody's face.
Yeah.
And that was a virtue that he had, at least initially. But things changed after a year or two. Read on.
This man did not only show nothing of that nature when he was appointed to be the Lord of so many and so great tribes, but crept away and concealed himself out of the sight of those he was to reign over, and made them seek him, and that with a good deal of trouble.
So they really had to look around and find him. It wasn't easy. Now, he was the biggest guy in the nation, so I don't know where you're going to hide. He was the tallest dude amongst the people. But keep going.
Line 64. So when the people were at a loss and solicitous because Saul disappeared, the prophet besought the Most High to show where the young man was.
He really was gone. He was really hiding. Read on.
And to produce him before them. So when they had learned of the Most High the place where Saul was hidden, they sent men to bring him. And when he was come, they set him in the midst of the multitude. Now, he was taller than any of them, and his stature was very majestic.
Listen, people love that.
Like an athlete.
He's tall, he's strong, he's the whole package. That's the guy I want to be my leader. Look at that boy. Ooh, that's the dude right there.
All external pleasure.
All outside,
Yep.
all carnal. But that was what the people wanted. The exterior. He gonna fight all battles. That's right. He gonna fight them. He gonna fight them Philistines.
He looks strong.
He got it. He got it. He got it. Yeah, he got it. He got it.
We're gonna win.
We gonna.
You know, you pick up basketball games. You pick up.
Yeah. That's so hilarious.
I need this guy.
You know this dude. You know he dunk. Yeah, you know that dude dunk. As you know, he pinning shots in the damn rim.
We got a shooter. We got a dribbler. We got a ball handler. We got somebody in the post.
And we good. We gonna win.
We're gonna win today.
Oh man, that's hilarious. We got that. That's the thought. Hold that. We're gonna go now. Back to Samuel. That's funny. 1 Samuel 10 and 22 now.
1 Samuel chapter 10 and verse
It's really
22.
funny. The shooter.
Therefore they inquired of the Lord further, if the man should yet come thither. And the Lord answered, Behold, he hath hid himself among the stuff.
So pretty much, they inquired of the Lord, and Most High told them exactly where he was at. Read on.
And they ran and fetched him thence. And when he stood among the people, he was higher than any of the people from his shoulders and upward. Verse 24. And Samuel said to all the people, See ye him who the Lord hath chosen, that there is none like him among all the people.
The crazy thing, he was head and shoulders above everybody else. The tallest guy to him was at his shoulder. He was a whole neck and head above everybody. He gave the people the carnal man they wanted. Exactly.
Everybody was happy.
Everybody was happy. They celebrated him. Because, once again, the people just wanted a wartime protector.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted somebody that they could present out to fight their battles. That was it.
They didn't understand that they had to suffer his limitations.
Exactly. And that's the problem. Read on.
And all the people shouted and said, The Most High save the king.
They forgot about that council that was 5 minutes ago. And Samuel said this was a mistake. What are y'all doing? Most High, long live the king! That's what they said, long live the king!
Drinks on me.
Exactly. Look how big he is. Oh, he gonna fight them Philistines. We gonna win. Read on.
Verse 25. Then Samuel told the people the manner of the kingdom, and wrote it in the book, and laid it up before the Lord. And Samuel sent all the people away, every man to his house. And Saul also went home to
Gibeah. That's his hometown.
And there went with him a band of men whose hearts the Most High had touched.
So there were certain men that was touched enough to sit back and stop what they're doing and protect Saul and Gibeah. So listen, they didn't initially just jump into like building some king and empire for him. He just went back to his hometown initially. Read on.
Verse 27. But the children of Belial said, How shall this man save us?
This little iglet think he is, huh?
Yeah.
Who this dude think he is? How's he gonna save us? Read on.
And they despised him, and brought him no presents, but he held his peace.
I ain't bringing this sucker no gifts, man. Forget this dude, huh?
Damn.
What it was still showing you was there were still divisions in Israel. There were certain people that wanted a king, and other people was hating and salty that they weren't chosen to be the king. So Saul still didn't have the entire nation sold on him. There were tribes where there was differences and bickering, and they didn't think it should have went to him. Okay? So even though he was anointed king, he hadn't earned the respect of the body and the people. And this is how Israel is. And I understand, you got to earn the respect of people before you get the people to follow you. And he hadn't earned the respect yet. He's going to earn the respect of the people in chapter 11. Finish paragraph 6, if you can, Nagaha. It's 6, 4, and 6. I think so. I think we did 5. Yeah, we did 5.
We did. Paragraph 6. Then said the prophet, The Most High gives you this man to be your king. See how he is higher than any of the people, and worthy of this dominion. So as soon as the people had made acclamation, God save the king, the prophet wrote down what would come to pass in a book.
So he wrote down how this was going to go down and how this kingship wasn't going to work, and put it in a book. Read on.
And read it in the hearing of the king, and laid up the book in the tabernacle of the Most High, to be a witness to future generations of what he had foretold.
So I wish I had that book, man. That's a fire book. Read on.
Line 67. So when Samuel had finished this matter, he dismissed the multitude and came himself to the city Ramah.
Back to his hometown. Read on.
For it was his own country. Saul also went away to Gibeah, where he was born, and many good men there were who paid him the respect that was due to him, but the greater part were ill men.
He said there was more people that had an issue with him than that were supporting him. So once again, the nation was still divided. The nation was divided, and the people weren't all on board buying this guy. Even though they listen, this is how stupid Israel is. Israel wanted a king, but the whole group wasn't sold on who the king was going to be. The Most High sent them for that guy to be their king, and everybody still didn't sit back here and accept who the king was. It's like Israel never is just can appreciate anything. The Most High didn't want to give you a king. Now you cry and complain for a king. He gives you a king. I didn't want it to be that king.
Right.
Oh, I don't want him to be. He ain't the king I wanted. What kind of crazy thinking is that? Huh? Nothing ever satisfies the people ever. And that's another point. So read on.
And many good men there were who paid him the respect that was due to him.
And can I say something on that point too? Romans 1 and 31.
Romans 1:31.
Romans chapter 1 verse 30 and 31.
Romans chapter 1, verse 30.
30 through 32 real quick. Yeah.
Verse 30. Backbiters, haters of the Most High.
It just shows you that these people fall into this category. That no matter what the Most High does, they still gonna hate who?
Most High.
It's really, he that despises man, despises not man, but who?
Most
The
High.
Most High. So no matter what the Most High does, and no matter who the Most High gives them, it just shows you that people are still not going to be satisfied. But they still going to look at the Most High and blame the Most High. The Most High could have put the right person in place, and they were still going to hate who the Most High chose.
That's true.
Because Saul, for the time, was the right guy.
Yep.
He was chosen by the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
Read on.
Haters of the Most High, despiteful.
They say, but it's going to get down to their characteristics. They're despiteful. What else?
Proud.
They're proud. What else?
Boasters.
They boasters. What else?
Inventors of evil things.
Inventors of evil things. Go ahead.
Disobedient to parents.
These are the sons of Belial. Go ahead.
Without understanding.
Read on. They ain't got no understanding.
Covenant breakers.
They break covenants. What else?
Without natural affection.
They don't have no natural love. Go ahead.
Implacable.
And this is the definition of implacable. The quality of not being appeasable. So no matter what,
Israel.
it says irreconcilable enmity or anger. There's people that are just angry for the sake of being angry, and there's nothing you can do to change their anger. They're gonna have a negative outlook no matter what. No matter what the situation is, they'll never be able to see anything positive.
Yeah.
And he says this is what makes them implacable. You can't please them, and they're irreconcilably. There's enmity, which is hatred or anger. Read on.
Unmerciful.
And they're unmerciful. Read on.
Who, knowing the judgment of the Most High,
Go ahead.
that they which commit such things are worthy of death.
It says these men are worthy of what?
Death.
Go ahead.
Not only do the same,
And they still do it anyway. Go ahead.
but have pleasure in them that do them.
And not only do they know that this is that angers the Most High to have this mentality or to have these characteristics, they still go about doing it anyway. They know how the Most High feels about it, but they still rather choose their flesh and how they feel rather than not be unappeasable. Now, they still rather hold on to their anger.
Yep.
They still rather hold on to their wrath. They
Or
still
their
rather hold
suspect
on
nature.
their suspect nature or their hatred.
Yep.
No matter what. It just shows you that there's people that exist like this, and there's nothing you're gonna do about it, and it's in every generation.
Huh? All facts. Because like you said, the Most High anointed Saul, but that wasn't good enough for him, even though the previous government wasn't good enough for him either.
And you had been asking for a king.
That's my point. You were complaining about Saul and his sons running it. Now you got, Samuel and his sons running it. Now you got Saul running it. You're not happy there either. You can't make Israel happy.
And it's not just men. It's not just men that are implacable.
Yep.
It's
Women are too. Con. And this, you know what the crazy thing is? And if you got a person that you can't make happy, move the hell on. Because there's nothing you're gonna do to make them. You can be the nicest guy, the biggest servant, or the biggest help all them day long. You're never gonna satisfy him. All you can satisfy is the Heavenly Father, and make your focus on pleasing Him. Okay, now we're in chapter 11.
Did you want me to finish it?
Oh yeah, finish that. Yeah, then I'm gonna salute you in because you're gonna have to read because these brothers are going to leave in a second.
But the greater part were ill men, who despised him and derided the others, who neither did bring him presents, nor did they in affection, or even in words, regard to please him.
Brother, they were showing hate on all levels.
Yep.
All levels of hate. Let me let's switch in. Y'all about to head out? It's almost. You want to leave at 12 or
They
what?
leave at 12.
Okay, then matter of fact, let me get Nathaniel in and he can read a little bit, then get you one.
Nathaniel, Shah Shabbatah, Ban La Ya, Ban Yashala.
Nathaniel, Shah Shabbatah, Ban La Ya, Ban Yashala. Amaju. Right? Yahweh Hashem Yashabakta.
Yahweh Hashem Yashabakta.
Alright. Levy out here. This piece. Let's get it. Okay, we're doing 1 Samuel 11, bro.
Okay. 1 Samuel chapter 11.
I need you to get louder.
Okay.
Don't speak from here. Speak from there. Your diaphragm.
Okay. Then Naash, the Amorite.
No, Ammonite.
Slakia. Then Naash, the Ammonite, came up and encamped against
Jabesh Gilead.
Jabesh Gilead.
So now, as we know, Ammon is on the other side of Jordan. Okay, the Ammonites on the east side of Jordan, and now this guy Nahash is coming up against Jabesh Gilead, which was a city in the land of Gad. It's more than likely Gad. It could be Manasseh, but it was more than likely Gad. Okay, read on.
And all the men of Jabesh said unto Nahash, make a covenant with us, and we will serve thee.
So listen, the Jabeshites were already waving in the white flag and said, listen, man, let's work a deal, man. Let's work a deal. Let's do some peace. Listen, we don't want to fight. How can we settle this? Read on.
And Nahash the Ammonites answered them, on this condition will I make a covenant with you.
He said, I'll make a covenant with you if you do this. Read on.
That I may thrust out all your right eye.
That's not a good deal, man. I don't like that deal. He said, I'm gonna take out all of your right eyes. Read on.
And lay it for a reproach upon all Israel.
Now, I'm going to explain why taking out your right eye was a reproach. It was a reproach because during times of war, you would bring up your left shoulder and left arm to sit back here and protect you while you're looking with your right eye to look at your enemy. So now you ain't going to be able to see nothing. Your left eye is looking at the inside of the shield. Guess what? You're in trouble.
Yeah, it took away your strength.
You took away your ability to fight back. You're going to read in different circumstances that this is what the nations did. Now the Ammonites said, we're going to take out the right eye. What the Philistines did later on, you know what the Philistines did? The Philistines that had those garrisons in our lands, they banned the Jews from having any type of metal. The Jews couldn't have metal. So if you can't have metal, you can't do what? You can't make weapons and fight. So the only metal you could have was for like pruning and working in the farms. And they said when that got dry and dull, when it got dull, you had to go to the Philistines to sharpen it up. They wouldn't let the Jews even have tools to sharpen up steel at any level. So if you was hiding metal, you couldn't sharpen it anyway. But this is what they were doing strategically to break the nations in war. Ammon just said, we're going to gouge out eyeballs all day, B, and you can't fight us now. You're going to be just in habitual servitude to us, and we're going to just have a whole trough of eyeballs about this high.
Buckets on buckets.
Buckets on buckets on eyeballs. The point is this. What's being said? They said, if you want to sit back here and do peace with us, we'll take out your eyes, and you'll look bad. You couldn't fight us back, and you'll be our servants for this entire generation.
Handicap.
That's a bad deal, bro. They thought, the Jews thought they was okay. We'll pay you some money, we'll pay you tribute, and you can stay away. No, we want your money and we want your eyeballs. That's a bad deal, right?
And
you know how scary that is. Like, damn, everybody got to line up and lose an eye, bro.
That's mafioso stuff right there.
Golly, that's crazy. But that was the deal.
But it just shows you how brute the nations are.
Yes, they were.
And why the Most High said make no covenants with them to
Don't make
begin
covenants
with.
with these people.
Because they're waiting for a reason to take your eyes out or take all your metal away and break you.
You know, nowadays, you know, these nations, you want to get into the industry. You got to give up a different kind of eyeball.
You ain't getting up yet. You ain't know that eyeball.
yeah.
That's crazy, bro.
You know, just to get in
giving
there.
up an eye.
You giving
There's
up
no
an
doubt about
eye.
it.
You giving up a different kind of eye.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? But that's what it takes. The nations always want something. They're not giving you something for nothing.
And it's something to break you.
Right.
Something to break your spirit.
To
Something that you need.
Yeah.
That they don't take away
We
from
call
you.
ourselves sophisticated because we eat their food. I
Filet mignon.
I ate some that's some Japanese food that was still alive, was still moving around, but it's a delicacy.
Yeah, listen. Well, what do they call octopus or squid? What do they call
Calamari.
That's some calamari. That's some calamari. You dig? Sophistication. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Oh, you ain't been to Papa Do's, my G? Oh, you missing out. So let's keep going. Let's keep going. That's horrible,
so
man.
stupid.
It's dumb. But listen, I don't like that eyeball proposition. Would y'all like that eyeball proposition?
Yeah,
It's a bad deal.
There's no right eye, G.
Bad business.
First of all, ain't nobody just gonna just take my eyeball.
Yeah, that's what they were saying.
The king
Listen.
said, accept the eyeball deal.
The vice lord over Jabesh Gilead has informed us we will all lose eyes tomorrow.
We should have had a king.
Let's keep going, though. All right? This is horrible. All right? This is bad news. All right? Get up.
Verse 3. And the elders of Jabesh said unto him, Give us 7 days respite, that we may send messengers unto all the coasts of Israel. And then, if there be no man to save us, we will come out to thee.
That sucks. Listen, man.
Yeah,
Give
no
us
man
a couple.
to save us.
Give us 7 days to think this thing through.
The eyeball deal?
Yeah, they said give us 7 days.
They buy some time.
That's what they said. They said we got to think. We got to counsel about this. We need 7 days to counsel about this. And if in 7 days, and if nobody backs us up, then so be it.
Yeah.
But let's not forget, these were the same suckers that wasn't backing the judges up years ago. It was them Gadites, right? Gad wasn't backing the Israelites up when they needed them, Mike. Now they in a trick bag, right?
I almost had paying them back then.
Gad was being suckers back then, and I'm a Reubenite, so how much am I going to talk? I was on the other side too, tripping, I was hanging on the other side. The point is this: he's like, listen, y'all wasn't protecting Gideon. You didn't look after these guys when they needed you, just because y'all side was cool. Now y'all on the trick back. Oh, now we're gonna send out letters.
So
We're gonna send out help.
So when you don't look out when it's your time to lose and for your
Yeah,
brother.
yeah. But you know what the crazy thing? Most High looked after him, even though he didn't have to. But you know what the problem? It wasn't just Gad and Reuben being jerks. Everybody was being selfish back at that time. This was why they felt they needed a unifying person. You see how crazy and just chaotic Israel is? Israel was chaotic. And I can't just say those wild, zany Israelites back in Samuel. We're the same wild, zany, selfish Israelites now.
Yeah.
2022.
Reloaded.
It's the same damn problem. Selfish. Now it's about brotherhood when you need it.
Yep.
But when you don't need it, it ain't about the brotherhood.
Yeah.
That's how it is.
That's a
It's
funny
brotherhood when you need it.
God.
So, this eyeball gate, and they're stressing. So they talk to the leaders of Ammon and say, listen, give us 7 days respite. Let's see if somebody's going to help us. If not, eyeballs are yours, man. Read on.
Come, verse 4. Then came the messengers to Gibeah of Saul.
To Gibeah.
To Gibeah of Saul, and told the tidings in the ear of the people. And all the people lifted up their voices and wept.
Everybody was crying. I was like, man, I feel bad for him.
Yeah.
I feel bad for him.
Feel bad.
They're going to lose eyes tomorrow. They're going to lose eyes in a week. I feel bad. Read on.
And behold, Saul came after And behold, Saul came after the herd out of the field.
Mm-hmm.
And Saul said, What aileth
Aleph.
the people, that they weep? And they told him the tidings of the men of Jabesh.
Yep.
And the Spirit of the Most High came upon Saul when he heard those tidings.
No, that's a good. That's obviously a good thing.
Yeah. Listen. He was still living in his hometown. Listen. Read verse 5 again.
God, verse 5. And behold, Saul came after the herd of the field.
No, same. Saul came after the herd out of the field. What was Saul doing?
Work.
He was working. He wasn't kinging it. He wasn't boss hogging it yet. He was right around here in purple, like this. He wasn't out here in purple like this. Because if he was kinging it, why would you be out here in the field herding animals? He was still humble in his hometown. It didn't hit him. And not just that it didn't hit him, he didn't have the support of the whole nation yet. Only a handful of people followed him to Gibeah. The nation wasn't giving a crap about Saul. It was still chaotic, even though the Most High gave them what they wanted. So he was still in the humble spirit working. He heard the bad news, then the Spirit of the Most High was with him. Because he was still in the spirit of what? Working. Message. Read on.
And Saul said, What aileth the people, that they weep? And they told him the tidings of the men of Jabesh. Verse 6. And the Spirit of the Most High came upon Saul when he heard those tidings, and his anger was kindled greatly.
So it was a good anger. He was like, this is not fair that these guys are going to sit back and roll up on our brothers. So he took this opportunity to do something to rally the rest of the nation behind him. Read on.
Come, verse 7. And he took a yoke of oxen.
A yoke of oxen is just two oxen that are tied with yokes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so he took a yoke of oxen. Read on.
And hewed them in pieces, and sent them throughout all the coast of Israel by the hands of the messengers.
So he chopped up these animals, brute strength, 2 oxen, and sent all the body parts to all the 12 tribes. Read on.
Saying, Whosoever cometh not forth after Saul and after Samuel, so shall it be done unto his oxen.
So don't forget, he's still putting his spiritual leader and giving him his props. So if you don't follow Samuel and Saul, the way I killed and murked these damn oxen is going to be how your oxen is going to be murked.
He didn't cut off his elder?
He didn't cut off his elder. He maintained his respect. But he also understood to get Israel to lock in, you got to sit back and use force to get Israel to do some shit.
You're going to lose everything you own, bro.
You know, what he's saying is if you don't fight for your brothers here at Jabesh, you losing your shit.
You got to attack their comfort.
I know.
Right.
And this is what Saul did. He said, listen, man, if you don't follow me and Samuel up here to Jabesh Gilead, I'm taking all your shit and hacking them to pieces, and you're going to start from square one. It's not fair that they're going to be in a tribute and you're comfortable with your crib. But once again, this was what the Jews perceived they needed. That muscle to get everybody to galvanize and come together to do the right thing for their brothers. Because their brothers were in need, and they were going to sit back here and just get some eye gouging out in 7 days if they didn't do this. So Saul sat back here, and what happens? Read on.
God. And the fear of the Most High fell upon the people, and they came out with one consent.
Okay, so listen, they all of a sudden, when they realized they was going to lose something, it's all about the unity now.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Now unite. Now we're going to go to the city, which was called, I think it was Bezek or something, but we'll get there. It's Bezek. But let's get Antiquities of the Jews, 6, 5, paragraph 1 and 2. Or at least paragraph 1. 1 and 2.
Paragraph 5. Line 62.
Well, it's chapter 5.
I'm sorry. Chapter 5, paragraph 1.
Perfect.
After 1 month, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
After 1 month, the war which Saul had with Nahash.
So it was 1 month into him being the king. It was 1 month in. He was still obviously in his hometown of Gibeah. He hadn't blown up. He only had a small number of supporters. The nation hadn't bought into him yet. Read on.
The king of the Ammonites obtained him respect from all the people, For this Nahash had done a great deal of mischief to the Jews that lived beyond Jordan by the expedition he had made against them with a great and warlike army. He also reduced their cities into slavery, and that not only by subduing them for the present, which he did by force and violence, but by weakening them by subtlety and cunning, that they might not be able afterward to get clear of the slavery they were under to him.
So the reason he took eyeballs out is once you had lost your eyeball, you had no way to sit back here and protect yourself and get out of slavery. It was going to be perpetual slavery. And then when you had sons coming up, you're going to take their eyeballs out. Read on.
For he put out the right eyes of those that either delivered themselves to him upon terms or were taken by him in war. And this he did, that when their left eyes were covered by their shields, they might be wholly useless in war.
Okay.
Now when the king of the Ammonites had served those beyond Jordan in this manner, he led his army against those that were called Gileadites.
So he obviously was doing this and working his way westward. Now we got to the Gileadites, which were the Gadites. Read on.
And having pitched his camp at the metropolis of his enemies, which was the city of Jabesh, he sent ambassadors to them, commanding them either to deliver themselves up on condition to have their right eyes plucked out, or to undergo a siege, and to have their cities overthrown. He gave them their choice, whether they would cut off a small member of their body, or universally perish.
It's a lose proposition, bro.
Can't live like that either, bro.
We went over the siege last night. We went over the aspect and details of a siege last night. How horrendous it is.
I need to go over that. That's dope. Read on.
Line 72. However, the Gileadites were so affrighted at these offers that they had not courage to say anything to either of them, neither that they would deliver themselves up, nor that they would fight him.
They didn't want to give an answer. Read on.
But they desired that he would give them 7 days to respite, that they might send ambassadors to their countrymen and entreat their assistance. And if they came to assist them, they would fight. But if that assistance were impossible to be obtained from them, they said they would deliver themselves up to suffer whatever he pleased to inflict upon them.
Let's do 2.
Paragraph 2. So Nahash, condemning the multitude of the Gileadites, and the answer they gave, allowed them a respite, and gave them leave to send to whomsoever they pleased for assistance. So they immediately sent to the Israelites, city by city, and informed them what Nahash had threatened to do to them, and what great distress they were in. Now the people fell into tears and grief at the hearing of what the ambassadors from Jabesh said, and the terror they were in permitted them to do nothing more. But when the messengers would come to the city of King Saul and declared the dangers in which the inhabitants of Jabesh were, the people were in the same affliction as those in the other cities.
So what is it saying? First of all, no other city was going to do anything. All of the cities was, I'm going to cry for you. I'll pray for France.
Pray for France.
I'll pray for France and hope everything is going to be okay over there. I'll pray for Jabesh Gilead. Nobody stepped up. They just cried and wept.
That's Christianity also.
Yes.
Just pray about it, baby.
Let's pray about it. We're going to pray that the good Lord looks after them folks in Jabesh Gilead. Let the Lord heal their eyeballs when they lose them.
Wow.
They're about to lose them. Nobody else stepped up. Everybody just cried and felt bad for the fact that they was going to go through that type of hell. That's a lot of where it says be warm and filled.
Be ye warm and filled.
I hope everything works out over there. But nobody's going to step up and come through when they need it. Read on.
For they lamented the calamity of those related to them. And when Saul was returned from his husbandry into the city.
So Saul was putting the work in, all still as a king. Read on.
And when Saul was returned from his husbandry into the city, he found his fellow citizens weeping. And when, upon inquiry, he had learned the cause of the confusion and sadness they were in, he was seized with a divine fury. and sent away the ambassadors from the inhabitants of Jabesh, and promised them to come to their assistance on the third day, and to beat their enemies before sun rising, that the sun upon its rising might see that they had already conquered.
So he said by the time the sun gets warm, which is like by noon on, the war is going to be over. He said, don't worry about it. The seventh day, by the time the sun comes out, it's going to be done. We're going to wipe these dudes out. We're going to mop them up. Okay? Did it say they went to Bazek yet or Bezek yet?
Not yet.
Okay, read on.
And were free from the fears they were under. But he bid some of them stay, to conduct them the right way to Jabesh.
So hold that. Now go back to Samuel 11.
Verse 8.
Yes, verse 8.
Okay. 1 Samuel chapter 11, verse 8. And when he numbered them in Bazek, the children of Israel were 300,000.
So listen, 300,000 was ready now. When they was risking losing their lands and their animals, everybody stepped up with the threat of loss. Now on the map on the screen on the computer, you'll see Bazek is where that red dot is.
That's what takes to get them to fight.
Yeah.
If they're going to lose something, then I'm ready to fight.
You have Bazek, then you have the Jordan River, then on the east side of it, you have Jabesh Gilead. So Saul had everybody meet up at Bazek, and it was right across the river to Jabesh Gilead. He got 300,000 men ready, and from that 300,000, they made their assault on Jabesh Gilead. Read on.
And the men of Judah 30,000. And they said unto the messengers that came, Thus shall ye say unto the men of Jabesh Gilead, Tomorrow, by that time the sun be hot, ye shall have help.
He said, by the time it's sunny outside, you'll have the help. Read on.
And the messengers came and shewed it to the men of Jabesh, and they were glad.
Hell yeah, they were. Read on.
Verse 10. Therefore the men of Jabesh said, Tomorrow we will come out unto you, and ye shall do with us all that seemeth good unto you.
This is what the men of Jabesh told the Ammonite king. He said, we're going to come out here tomorrow, and whatever you want to do, you're going to do. It's okay. So what did that put the Ammonites in? They were relaxed. Yeah. There was not going to be any war. They're going to surrender tomorrow. We got them. But they didn't realize that the army was coming right behind them. Read on.
Verse 11. And it was so on the morrow that Saul put the people in 3 companies, and they came into the midst of the host in the morning watch, and slew the Ammonites unto the heat of the day.
So they were killing them from 9 a.m. until they got sunny out.
The heat is 4 o'clock.
And it's 8 a.m. until noon.
Noon.
High noon. Yeah, that's what the heat of the day is at noon. So they was killing them 4 or 5 hours. What was that?
You said high.
So it was like from morning, sunrise, until it was hot, 12 o'clock. Okay, read on.
And it came to pass that they which remained were scattered, so that 2 of them were not left together.
So it got to the point where you weren't even having pockets of 2 people running together. It was so scattered. You had one over here, one over there, one down here, one down there. The Most High completely annihilated these people and broke them. Read on.
Verse 12. And the people said unto Samuel, Who is it? Salakia. Who is he that said, Shall Saul reign over us?
So he's like, listen, now everybody's hyped. When everybody wins, who's the one who was against Saul? Saul's my guy.
Yeah.
Kill him. Yeah. If you ain't with Saul, say it now. The Most High is with him.
Now
everything's okay.
He's a hero now.
Because everybody at Jabesh Gilead wasn't backing Saul.
Nope.
Nobody was backing Saul except for the guys that went and followed him into Gibeah. But now he won. It was a great victory. Now the whole crew is hyped now.
Everybody's
talking. It's a bandwagon. That's how Israel is. They'll follow the hot thing.
Right.
Saul won. Now, listen, long live the king now. Yeah. Everything's going to be, I guess he is our king.
I guess he is now.
Everything's going to be okay. Let's party. Let's barbecue. Let's barbecue tonight. It's time to barbecue.
It's like they're emotionally driven?
Yeah. That's what the Most High calls Israel the lost sheep. Right. Listen, you protect me from this fox, now I'm with you. So then, I get distracted again. Israel just kind of functions like, what have you done for me lately?
Exactly. And we operate with no biblical reason. We don't reason. We don't think spiritual, bro.
Israel just wants food and shelter and protection.
In good times.
In good times, yeah.
Another brother can finish with Nathaniel.
Yeah. Matter of fact, you got to take him too. Can you take him? Is that all right?
Go.
Yeah.
We got time.
Everybody wants good times, huh?
Everybody wants good times and barbecue, right? Everybody wants fun. Nobody wants to sit back here and just do it for the right reasons.
It's kind of like we're high school. We stay in high school in the mind, though.
High school, right?
A high school mindset.
What do you mean, huh?
I'm like, you're a teenager. That's kind of a teenage way to think. I'm living for the good times. Whatever works. I'm not really spiritually developed yet. I'm still immature.
Yeah.
We don't really, as a nation, we don't really mature past like teenage thinking.
Yeah.
Like spurts of emotion.
Only thing that mattered is, did we win? Are there any threats around us? Can I sit back and go back to my field in peace?
It was the Lord defended.
What was the Most High doing? It had nothing.
It had nothing to do with the Lord.
It was just, can I go home and go to my work and go back to my land
And do my thing.
That's it. So anyway, Saul sat back here.
Yeah.
And earned the people's respect.
Yep.
The Jews love Saul now. Okay, so all the tribes it was a more of a connected. I'm gonna say this: Saul really won the northern kingdom with this move. The northern kingdom was won. They were happy. The Jews were happy. So where are we at now is 1 Samuel chapter 11 and verse. I think it is. It was 12.
I think it's good in
Oh, let's get you. Slide. Yes.
Shamshawan.
That one hit.
Nagaha, Shaw, Shabbatah, Ban, Shemaiwan, Ban, Yasharala.
Nagaha, Shaw Shabbatah, Ban Shemaiwan, Ban Yasharala. Imagine, bro. Yahweh Hashem Yashabbatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai, brought the thumb.
Simeon top.
Verse 11 again?
Yes, it's chapter 11, verse 12.
Verse 12.
We gotta fix that, bro. I don't know. I'll fix it today. It's too low, man. Read that.
1 Samuel chapter 11, verse 12. And the people said unto Samuel, Who is he that said, Shall Saul reign over us? Bring them in, that we may put them to death.
Oh,
They said to Samuel now.
all those talkers.
It's crazy, all right.
All those crazy talkers. Now I gotta die.
It's whack, bro. But keep going on.
And Saul said, There shall not a man be put to death this day.
That was good politics right here.
Yeah.
It's about the people. It's about the victory, guys. Don't worry about it. It's about the victory. It's not worrying about death. It's not a day for death.
Yeah, like
There was a lot of guys that was out here fighting, talking trash about Saul just a month ago. This is only a month after he got anointed.
Yeah.
So read on.
For today the Most High hath wrought salvation in Israel.
God.
Then said Samuel to the people, Come and let us go to Gilgal and renew the kingdom there.
So listen, what we're gonna do before we jump to that, let's go to Josephus 6:5. Shalom, 6:5, and then I think 3. Yes, 3. Yeah, you got it. You got it, Arya. That's cool.
Alright. Antiquities of the Jews, book 6, chapter 5, paragraph 3.
Yes, sir.
So being desirous to turn the people to this war against the Ammonites by the fear of the losses they should otherwise undergo.
He's explaining the motivation, how he got the Jews to come fight. The fear of loss. That's what was used to pull the Jews to fight. Read on.
And that they might the more suddenly be gathered together, he cut the sinews of his oxen and threatened to do the same to all such as did not come
with their armor to Jordan the next day, and follow him and Samuel the prophet, whithersoever they should lead them. So they came together out of the fear of the losses they were threatened with at the appointed time, and the multitude were numbered at the city Bezek.
So once again, their motivation was loss. The crazy thing is that's how you have to motivate a carnal man. You motivate a carnal man by threatening loss. That's how you get the most out of people, unfortunately. You would think that people should be motivated by the love of the Most High, love of service. You get the most out of Israel when you threaten their comfort. That's how you do it. That's unfortunate, but it's the truth.
And whether it's a camp or as a nation of people, you know, it's something has to take them out of, or the fear of something has to take them out of their comfort level to realize that if I don't come out of my house, that I will lose everything that I have. Man,
that's the only way you get people to do anything. Let's keep going.
And he found the number of those that were gathered together, besides that of the tribe of Judah, to be 700,000.
Now these numbers are different, because this says 700. The scripture says 300,000. That's a significant difference. Well, let's keep going.
While those of that tribe were 70,000.
And the scripture says Judah was 30,000. But keep going. We stick with the scriptures. Read on.
So he passed over Jordan and proceeded in marching all that night 30 furlongs, and came to Jabesh before sunrise. So he divided the army into 3 companies, and fell upon their enemies on every side on the sudden, and when they expected no such thing. And when they expected no such thing, and joining the battle with them, they slew a great many of the Ammonites, as also their king Nahash.
So they killed Nahash too. Read on.
Paragraph 80. This glorious action was done by Saul, and was related with great commendation of him to all the Hebrews, and he thence gained a wonderful reputation for his valor. For although there were some of them that condemned him before, they now changed their minds and honored him and esteemed him as the best of men. For he did not content himself with having saved the inhabitants of Jabesh only, but he made an expedition into the country of the Ammonites, and laid it all waste.
So he finished the battle. Read on.
And took a large prey, and so returned to his own country most gloriously.
So he sat back here. Not only did he kill them, he went to their land and got the spoil and brought it back home. Okay, read on.
So the people were greatly pleased at these excellent performances of Saul, and rejoiced that they had constituted him their king. They also made a clamor against those that pretended he would be of no advantage to their affairs. And they said, where now are these men? Let them be brought to punishment, with all the like things that multitudes usually say when they are elevated with prosperity against those that lately had despised the authors of it. But Saul, although he took the goodwill and the affection of these men very kindly, yet did he swear that he would not see any of his countrymen slain that day, since it was absurd to mix this victory which the Most High had given them with the blood and slaughter of those that were of the same lineage with themselves, and that it was more agreeable to be men of a friendly disposition, and so to betake themselves to feasting.
Let's go barbecue, man. It ain't about it.
Time.
Barbecue time. And the truth is this: when you learn in leadership, you understand that people are going to not agree with you, and that you have to earn the respect. Respect is earned. People that just don't respect you just because you're at a position. And that's what he understood. Exactly. So let's keep going.
Number 4, paragraph 83. And when Samuel had told them that he ought to confirm the kingdom to Saul by a second ordination of him.
So what it's saying is, he's like, listen, this is the time to ordinate him and establish him again when everybody's together.
When everybody can be on the same page.
Because they weren't on the same page the first time. There was a lot of sons of Belial, there was a lot of protesting.
A lot of gainsaying.
Yeah, a lot of gainsaying and angry people. And also, he was hiding half the damn time. It was a chaotic first anointing. Let's sit back here and do it the second time. Everybody's happy. Everybody's in agreement. Let's do it. So this is what Samuel establishes. Read on.
They all came together to the city of Gilgal. For there did he command them to come. So the prophet anointed Saul with the holy oil in the sight of the multitude, and declared him to be king the second time. And so the government of the Hebrews was changed into a regal government.
So what you're seeing is, that first time he was announced, nothing changed. Nobody bought into him. He was still in Gibeah doing his thing. It was still tribal and separatist until he sat back and galvanized them a month later, earned their respect. Then the government changed. Then they started restructuring things around his needs versus the present structure of the prophet-judge system. It didn't change until that victory at Jabesh Gilead. Okay? Read on.
For in the days of Moses and his disciple Joshua, who was their general, they continued under an aristocracy. But after the death of Joshua, for 18 years in all, the multitude had no settled form of government, but were in an anarchy.
Listen, it was whoever came up, did their thing. After Joshua, there was no strong leadership. You just had some wartime guys that helped fight wars and go back in their life. Don't forget, you had guys that were sons of Belial that were begged to fight battles. You had guys that sat back and fought wars and went back and made their own ephods.
Then you had guys that, unless they were being made uncomfortable, they weren't going to fight at all.
That's the fact. Then you had guys that was killing Philistines and going to Philistine whorehouses that night, just hanging out. The caliber of men wasn't there. So now the government went from this an aristocracy, or just a men leading from the front by their merits. Then it went to a free-for-all. Then it went into, you had one great prophet / judge in Samuel. Then it went to a regal government, a kingship, a monarchy. Okay? Continue.
Paragraph 85. After which they returned to their former government, they then permitted themselves to be judged by him who appeared to be the best warrior.
And that was what the judges was. Who was the best warrior? The 18 years of anarchy was after Joshua died. Joshua died, there was no strong leader. Then you had Othniel came in, and he was the first one that was recognized as the best fighter. Don't forget, Othniel, before this time, he was the one that went along with Caleb to take over those difficult Philistine lands. Remember, Caleb said, listen, whoever takes out this land over here gets my daughter. Othniel stepped up, took out this difficult place where giants was. He earned his daughter, and then Caleb gave his daughter some other land area in that area to build on their inheritance. So point is, Othniel stepped up again after Joshua died and was the first judge, because he was the best warrior, and he pushed the Philistines further west. But he stopped, like all the judges did. Read on.
And most courageous, whence it was that they called this interval of their government the judges.
God. So now we're going to sit back here, hit 14 and 15 in Samuel, and then go back to paragraph 5 and 6, if I'm not mistaken.
1 Samuel chapter 11, verse 14. Then said Samuel to the people, come and let us go to Gilgal and renew the kingdom there. And all the people went to Gilgal, and there they made Saul king before the Most High in Gilgal. And there they sacrificed sacrifices of peace offerings before the Most High. And there Saul and all the men of Israel rejoiced greatly.
Now, we're going to keep going in 1 Samuel 12.
1 Samuel chapter 12, verse 1. And Samuel said unto all Israel, Behold, I have hearkened unto your voice in all that ye said unto me, and have made a king over you.
I gave you what you wanted. I gave you what you asked for.
Yep.
Listen, you have the situation. You have the scenario that you've been dying for this whole time. You got what you wanted.
Samuel 1.
You better be happy.
He was the killer. He killed the people.
happy
He killed the
guy.
enemies. You got to spoil.
Yeah.
Everybody's happy. Because everybody was hyped. Because you know the thing is, he just did. You know why everybody was hyped? Everybody was happy because Saul just didn't take out the Ammonites in Jabesh Gilead. They went into Ammon and they got some spoil out of that. So
victory.
So it was a double victory. You defended the people, and everybody got a little something to bring back home.
Stimulus.
It was a stimulus check. Everybody got a stimmy, for your effort. Everybody loves that. You sit back here and fight the nation, and you get some chairs, you get some gold pieces, you get some ornaments.
Worth
it. I got it. I want. Hey babe, I got something. Put this on the wall.
Got up in the crib.
That's what it is. So it was a double reason why everybody was happy with Saul. I just want to remind it wasn't just the love of the duty act. The Jews got something too.
Yeah,
it made a lot more sense when you read about
That's why the presidents make so many promises before they get elected. Like, listen, I will give you free food stamps.
Yeah.
I will have free cars.
It's all about the people.
Tax breaks, no new taxes.
Oh my goodness. Read my lips. No new taxes.
Yeah.
That was the 90s right there, bro. That was old George W.
Plus the Ammonites was gonna be wearing eyeball rings and jewelry.
Gross.
So they took that fear away.
It was a double win.
It was a double win. We don't gotta fear no more.
Exactly. So yeah, man. So that's what's going on. So now Samuel is talking to. Now Samuel. What's that? No. It's still there. Everything's good. I haven't gone nowhere. I haven't left anywhere. I've been here the whole time, bro. Oops. That's why I like this versus the you can control it. Okay. Read verse 2.
Verse 2. And now behold, the king walketh before you, and I am old and gray-headed. And behold, my sons are with you, and I have walked before you from my childhood unto this day.
So Samuel is gonna kind of explain his pedigree. And it's I like how he worded this, because this is how we as leadership have to be conscious of if we want to be blameless in front of the people and the Most High. So read on.
Verse 3. Behold, here I am, witness against me before the Most High, and before his anointed. Whose ox have I taken? Or whose ass have I taken?
So he's like, listen, what have I taken from you in exchange of me serving the Most High? What have I taken from you in exchange for me doing my duty to the people? Read on.
Or whom have I defrauded? Whom have I oppressed? Or of whose hand have I received any bribe to blind my eyes therewith?
So I want to explain what he's saying is, who have I defrauded, meaning who have I done wrong? Who have I oppressed? Then it says, of whose hand have I received any bribe to blind my eyes therewith? What he's explaining what bribery is. What bribery is if you give me something, if I get an advantage from associating myself with you, then all I have to do is not speak on the weakness that you bring to the table. And that's a bribe. It doesn't have to be, I'm giving you money and, hey, I'm giving you $100,000 and you sit back and push my paperwork in so I can get this building over here downtown. Yeah. It doesn't have to be that.
Like we're lobbying for laws.
Yeah, I'm lobbying. It's not about lobbying. What bribery is, our relationship should be about standing up for what's right. And I can't sit back here and I'm bribing, or I'm in a bribery situation, if our relationship is mutually beneficial. So I won't speak on what you're doing wrong. I won't stand up for righteousness' sake because I benefit from your association.
But you know, a lot of times people think that bribery is so often confused with friends
and brotherhood.
I thought we were friends.
Yep.
I thought we were brothers.
Oh,
exactly.
You know
oh, this was brotherhood.
Yeah.
You know, we have to work with each other. We have to sit back here and work through the problems. Listen, the truth is this: I have an obligation to tell you you're full of shit. I have an obligation to tell you that what you're doing is wrong and what you're not doing enough. And the relationship, if I stop doing that, because you know what, now I'm playing the game. Because when Israelis are doing this, because I'm playing the game, I'm going to sit back and not talk about what you're doing for me, because I'm just going to use you. I'm going to use you for what I need from you. So now if I'm using you for what you're bringing to the table, now the relationship is no longer about right and wrong. Now it's not about rightly dividing the word of truth. It's, I'm going to use this relationship to my advantage so I can come up. I'm not going to sit back here and speak on your issue. So whatever negative you're doing that's affecting other people, it's none of my business. All I care about is me coming up. That's bribery.
We had a deal. The deal's
and a lot of times the deal isn't even spoken of. You know what I'm doing. You just don't say anything about it because I'm providing something for you that I know you need. The greatest bribes are unspoken.
Yeah.
It's like this. You don't say anything about what I'm doing. I won't say anything about what you're doing.
You know the bribe is prevalent. You know the bribe is prevalent.
No, it's not that. It's this one.
Okay.
When the class gets good, then all of a sudden the computer gets dumb. It's always doing it, huh?
Yeah. When you know the bribe is prevalent when you finally say, okay, well, I think this person needs to hear the truth about themselves, and then the person comes back and they fire off with 5 to 10 things that you do wrong that they never told you, but they felt this way the whole time. But they say, well, I got 10 things that I seen you do wrong. Well, if that was the case, how come you never said nothing?
Because I was getting something.
Because I was getting something out of
the bribe was in. The fix was in.
That's how you know there was an unwritten agreement.
Yep.
Because as soon as you say something about how they've been wrong, then there's 10 things about, I could have told you this. I've seen you do that. Well, then why didn't we have that open relationship anyway? Why was this hidden? Why was this information that you had a problem with so hidden? It's simply because I never told you about what you was wrong at.
Because I was getting something out of the deal. Now I'm not getting something out of the deal. Now we can tell people the truth about each other.
Exactly.
Because now the truth has to come to light. Because nobody's getting any. There's no advantage to this deal anymore.
Exactly.
That's bribery. The bribery is the fact that you know a person's doing something wrong and you don't say anything about it.
Yeah.
Or you just turn a blind eye to how a person's conduct is affecting people. Because me being associated and in line with you benefits me. It lines my pockets. It gives me purpose. It gives me a position. So, I'm not going to say anything because it doesn't benefit me to say anything. That's bribery. So, as we're going into 1 Samuel 12:3, all Samuel was, what have I taken from you? Do I owe you anything? Have I wronged you? Have I sat back here? Have I not made it always about standing up for what's right and telling you the truth? But listen, that's how, as a man, you can maintain your integrity is by not taking the bribe. And the way you maintain your integrity is, because I don't owe you anything, because I'm not a servant to you in anything, I can be free. Because I'm not getting anything from this relationship, I can be free to tell you the truth. What ends up happening is people choose not to tell people the truth because they're afraid of losing what they bring to the table. Yeah. And that is bribery. If my judgment changes because of fear of losing you, then it's no longer about righteousness. Now it's about gain and advantage. And that's how we disconnect ourselves from the Most High as in leadership. If I sit back here now and I'm playing the game with you because you don't want to change and I don't tell you the truth about yourself because what I need from you, now the spiritual relationship is severed. And this is why Samuel was like, you know what, man? Have I defrauded you? Have I taken anything from you? Have I taken a backdoor deal from you? I'm blameless. So because I'm not taking nothing from you, I'm free to tell you the truth. Because I'm not done any sideways deals with you or anybody else. I can tell you the truth. Because whether you like it or not, doesn't benefit me at all. That's how you stay blameless. That's the power of being blameless. And this is what he's trying to express to people before they venture off into this kingship. Because the king won't be blameless. The king is going to take. The king is going to use. The king is going to manipulate. And the process of him being a leader is if people are going to lose, and there's going to be blame, and the people are going to be defrauded. Read on. Verse 4.
You want 4? Okay. Verse 4. And they said, Thou hast not defrauded us, nor oppressed us, neither hast thou taken aught of any man's hand.
Exactly. You were blameless. You did nothing to us. You were a great man, Samuel. But what made him great is that he didn't get entangled in these damn entanglements. He sat back here and he played it across the board. He didn't make these false allegiances, these false connections based off of what you can do for me and what I can do for you. The deals have got to be about straight honor and righteousness. That's how you keep yourself blameless. Read on.
Verse 5. And he said unto them, The Most High is witness against you, and his anointed is witness this day, that ye have not found aught in my hand.
He says, so everybody's here to see. Don't forget, this was supposed to be the parade for Saul, man.
Yeah. This will be the second anointing.
You know, the crazy thing is Saul did it kind of smooth this time. I mean, Samuel did it kind of smooth. The first time he checked them, then he brought the king in.
No, war.
I just want to make sure that.
Well,
I was gonna say the first time he did it, what?
thank you.
But the first time we did it, he checked him hard first. Then he brought Saul in, and Saul was running. Now it's let the barbecue flow. Now I'm gonna go get you.
You know why? Because Saul could feel the people, how the people. Remember, Saul was connected to the common man's sentiment.
Yep, he was.
So when Samuel was checking the people,
he felt that out.
He already knew the common man's not gonna feel this dude.
Yeah.
It's still that thing with the common people matter more, or they're competing for the most high, for the most high in this person's head. Who's going to have more authority in his mind?
So we got now Samuel came around and changed it up, let people have the barbecue and announced their king. He said, "You got your king, but I'm still come and cut you now. What have I done to screw you over? Have I screwed you over? No. Have I defrauded you? No." So now let's get verse 5 again. I'm sorry.
1 Samuel chapter 12, verse 5. And he said unto them, The Most High is witness against you, and his anointed is witness this day, that ye have not found aught in my hand. And they answered, He is witness.
So I'm blameless. Now let's go to Josephus 6, 5, and 5.
Antiquities of the Jews.
We're gonna get there.
Book 6.
Oh, I saw it. Yeah, I'm sorry. Keep reading.
Chapter 5, paragraph 5, verse 86. Then did Samuel the prophet call another assembly also, and said to them, I solemnly adjure you by the Most High Almighty, who brought those excellent brethren, I mean Moses and Aaron, into the world, and delivered our fathers from the Egyptians, and from the slavery they endured under them, that you will not speak what you say to gratify me, nor suppress anything out of fear of me, nor be overborne by any other passion, but say, what have I ever done that was cruel or unjust?
Mm-hmm.
Or what have I done out of lucre or covetousness?
Mm-hmm.
Or to gratify others? Bear witness against me if I have taken an ox or a sheep or any such thing, which yet when they are taken to support men, it is esteemed blameless.
Mm-hmm.
Or have I taken an ass for mine own use of anyone to his grief? Lest someone such crime to my charge. Now we are in your king's presence. But they cried out that no such thing had been done by him, but that he had presided over the nation after a holy and righteous manner.
Because the crazy thing was this. He even explained that Moses did the same thing. Moses was blameless. All Moses did was commit himself to the service of the body. And what Samuel was saying is all his decisions didn't end up with other people being in a grieved position. What he's explaining is the template of what it takes to lead. You have to sit back here and never be about giving, listen, bribes and gifts and angles. It's got to, everything that we do has got to be straight up for the right reasons.
Little benefits for carnal reasons.
We can't operate like that at all. If we expect the Most High to honor us.
You know, the scriptures say the greater thou art, the more thou art a servant. You know, you got to put yourself not for the benefits of being and the privileges and the aesthetics of being in front of people as a leader, but what does the people need from me as a what can I offer them more than what can I gain from them?
God.
You know, so if you have that mentality on the Most High put me in this position to win and to gain, then you're in the wrong place. You know what I'm saying? It'll be evident and made manifest that that's not the reason the Most High put you in that position as a leader, so you can absorb anything from the people, extradite or take things from the people. But the Most High give you skill to give them something that they need from you, something to offer them as a servant. You know, to their benefit, not your benefit. And that's why Christ defined that as the greatest leadership.
Yeah.
Is the giver.
But the crazy, there were examples that Christ was teaching, and he lived it. But Moses was an example. Samuel was an example of how to do it the right way. But Christ explained it even that much more, with that much more clarity, for us to get a better understanding of the scriptures. Because we didn't understand the power of Samuel's example, because we wanted a king. If we understood the power of what Samuel was doing, more people would have did it. But we didn't get it.
Yep.
We didn't start getting it. We didn't even get it when Christ was living. We killed him. We didn't understand him then. So I want Aria to give me paragraph 6 also.
Paragraph 6, verse 88. Hereupon Samuel, when such a testimony had been given him by them all, said,
I'm going to say this. You know who really painted the proper picture? Christ did, but Paul painted even more. Remember he said about, in 1 Corinthians chapter 9, was when he painted the picture. About the expectation that we should own nothing from the men. And we should be blameless. And if we're going to pursue perfection, yes, the priests got their portions from the body. But to be perfect is to pursue being blameless. That's what Paul taught. To have so that the word of Christ is not hindered at all. This is what Samuel was saying. That I do anything to get in the way of your relation with the Most High. Even Moses. What did Moses do anything to get the people to not stay connected to the Most High? That is what, as leaders, we should always pursue. We have to fight to be blameless. And that the process of fighting to be blameless keeps all men humble. Because that is hard to do. I'm fighting to be blameless so no man or sister would have an ought against me and what I do. If I fight to be blameless, you know what? The Most High will be happy and the people will be happy. And that's the challenge. So, give me paragraph 6. You got something you want to say?
Yeah, Job chapter 9 verse 33.
Job chapter 9 verse 33.
Start at verse 32.
Job chapter 9 verse 32. For he is not a man, as I am, that I should answer him, and we should come together in judgment.
It says, he's talking about the Most High, the difference between Job and the Most High. Read on.
Neither is there any days man betwixt us, that might lay his hand upon us both.
So that daysman that he's talking about in Job 9:33 is talking about a judge that can decide between you and the Most High. So he's saying that if the Most High is greater, and that the Most High's judgment should be the ultimate decision, not a man. He says you shouldn't have anybody between you and the Most High. And all the great leaders remove themselves between your relationship with the Father. And that's all he's bringing out right here in Job. Nobody should come in between your relationship with the Most High. If we understand that, then as a leader or any leader, you got to remove yourself between the people and their relationship with the Father. You got to remove yourself from that. You can't be a reason.
Yeah, hell yeah.
You can't. You got to remove yourself from being a stumbling block or a judge between the people and the Most High.
So I was asking one verse.
Job chapter 9,
verse 32.
That's all I want. Keep rolling, man. I just didn't know the verse, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
9 and 33.
9, 32, and 33.
That's fire, bro.
Yeah.
Let me read it again.
Yeah, just read it again.
Job chapter 9, verse 32.
I'm sorry, Shamshawan. I didn't stop your zone.
Yeah. No. I'm just bringing a point on what you were saying. Go ahead.
Verse 32. For he is not a man as I am.
Verse 33.
I'm sorry. Verse 33. Neither is there any days man betwixt us,
Right.
that may lay his hand upon us both.
Right. So somebody to step in between you and the Most High. As a leader, you got to let somebody's relationship be between the Most High be pure. It has to be pure. It has to be undefiled, and people got to see their relationship with the Father without anybody being a stumbling block.
Yep.
Nobody can come between that. Yes.
What is like betwixt mean?
Between. Yeah. So he's saying that as a leader, a good leader will understand that you don't stand between the people and the Most High. You know what I'm saying? You don't thwart judgment. You don't take bribes. You don't be an impediment to somebody's relationship with the Father. Paul said it. Christ said it. Samuel was saying it right here. I didn't defraud you as a leader.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? I didn't ruin your relationship or come in between your relationship between you and the Most High.
And don't forget, we were reading about bribery. All bribery is now our relationship isn't pure anymore. Now our relationship isn't based off of right and wrong. Now it's corrupted with gifts. Now I should be, as a brother, to freely tell you the truth about what you're doing, and you should freely sit back here and tell me the truth about what I'm doing. And our relationship should be based upon righteousness, not upon advantage for the other person or using the other person for what they're bringing to the table. That is what bribery is. Now the relationship is tainted. Now it's about what I can get from you versus standing up for what's right and having the right ethics in a relationship, and the right morals amongst bonds of brothers or sisters.
And then the Most High's judgment can't be made manifest if I'm doing that. If I'm not doing what you're saying.
There's no doubt about it. But this is what's so important. This is what Samuel is saying. Each relationship that I've had with you has been about honor and righteousness. It was never about gaining an advantage or turning a blind eye so I can maintain my advantage. And can we sit back here and with all the people, we might not agree, there might be some bridges that are burned, but can I sit back and safely say I've done everything in my power to stand up for what's right? And righteousness and being honorable was more important than just keeping a bunch of relationships that weren't about what's right. If you take that stance, you're going to lose friends, you're going to lose bonds, you're going to lose relationships with people, because you know what, eventually over time, people's morals and their motivations change. And can I sit back here and work with you as long as our spiritual morals are going the same direction? And do I have the courage spiritually to back away from somebody who's going a different direction spiritually and morally?
At my loss.
At my loss.
Because it's not like the bonds we have are built off of us both bringing something to the table.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sacrificing what a person's bringing to the table just for morals or just for moral.
Just for moral.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Just for righteousness' sake. And the great thing is this: that's what we're here to do. We're here and connected because we all agree to serve the Most High at the same pace, the same mindset, the same fervency. You know what? If brothers don't want to push that much anymore, if brothers want to sit back here and weaken the standard, I don't got a problem with you. But this relationship, this ability to coexist isn't the same anymore. And I have to be able to tell you the truth at all costs. And if I can't do that, then you know what the reality is, I have to be prepared to lose you. If you don't want to hear it, I have to be prepared to lose you. And I'm not going to sit back here and change my morals just to keep a friend. Because that's not what serving the Most High is about. Friendship comes last. What we are fighting to serve and the standard we're fighting for comes first. What is it telling you? I can't operate off sentiment. The great men, they had love towards their people, but I can't make judgment off of sentiment, how people make me feel, and I don't want to lose this friend for this many years. That's not what this was about. We don't want to lose friends. But you know what? I have a greater obligation to put the Most High first. And my commitment to the Most High comes first before any sentiment that I might have for somebody. And that's not being cold or cold-hearted. That's choosing righteousness over my feelings. Does everybody understand? Okay, yes, sir. I'll go. What was the first side?
I'm suppressing it.
That's so funny, You push it way down deep and never let it come out.
Like a bottle of wine, like about to bust.
Pull the verse out.
I'm sorry.
I gotta get it.
Man.
I need it.
I'm sorry, man. Is Ezekiel 18?
That's awesome, man. He's like,
I'm sorry, man.
He like Anthony's pants. I got the verse. That was cool. Man. It was humble. It was pure. Let's do it. Ezekiel 18 and what?
It's 18. It's verse 5.
Okay.
8 and 9. See, now I'm over there.
Okay. Ezekiel 18, verse 5, 8, and what?
And 9.
Okay, Ezekiel chapter 18, verse 5, 8, and 9. Let's do it.
Verse 5. But if a man be just and do that which is lawful and right, he hath not given forth upon usury, neither have taken any increase.
So, I haven't sat back here and taken advantage of my position so I can gain more, because that's what usury is. If I'm in a position of power and leverage, then people use usury to take advantage of their leverage and position. So if it's about doing things right, you're not taking advantage of your position. It says, neither has taken any increase. Read on.
That hath withdrawn his hand from iniquity, hath executed true judgment between man and man.
Because that's what true judgment should be. Per every situation, there isn't any bias going on. There isn't any deals. Well, I need this from this. Listen, because I need this from this person, I will tolerate this negative with this person. This is why the Most High wants to make us as whole as possible, so that I'm not in need of anybody else's help. Because when I need your help, now I got to compromise, right from wrong, to keep your help.
Yep.
You can't operate like that in our position. The thing is this: if I need your help, the question is, why do I need your help? Maybe it's because there's weakness in me that I don't want to fight. So instead of fighting my battle, I'll tolerate with your negative because I need what you bring to the table. That exchange is not based off of honor and righteousness.
It's based on compensation.
And it's a deal. Because I don't want to fight my battle in this arena, then I'm going to use what you bring to the table, even though what you bring to the table is what I need, but at the cost of your toxic nature on the other side. So now I compromise the caliber of my surroundings because I need what you bring to the table. That exchange, that deal is not righteous. Because the Most High is trying to teach us, fix what's inside of you so I don't got to make deals like this. Work on what's inside of you so I don't got to sit back here and tolerate negative because I need your strength in this arena. That's how we have to always operate. If we're blameless, that means I don't have to sit back here and compromise all these different directions because I need help, because I just don't want to fight what's inside of me. That's why people compromise. That's why people take bribes. It's easier to sit back here and compromise with you than fight and deal with my deficiencies. That's the game.
You almost forced that person to be forced in that position.
Because
by a situation of not making changes, now I'm in a I forgot the word for it, but I'm in a position where I have to be persuaded.
I have to compromise
I'm
now.
in a compromising position.
I got to do a deal because I don't bring anything to the table in the sin.
I want to pull one scripture real quick
Yeah,
at the same
please
time.
do.
Ecclesiastes 7:7.
Ecclesiastes.
And then the Bible, yes sir.
Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 7. Surely oppression maketh a wise man mad.
Oppression talking about bad government, bad leadership, bad policies. Policies that have a negative effect on the congregation. Policies that have a negative effect on future within the body. Right? So oppression or these bad policies will make a person that knows better upset or go crazy. Either one you want to choose. Read on.
And a gift destroyeth the heart.
And it connects that to a gift destroying the heart. Because why am I making these policies? Because I want some kind of benefit. There's a benefit I get from creating bad policies. The policies affect you, they don't affect me.
Right.
9 times out of 10, if I can't take a gift from somebody, cool. I'm going to give myself a gift. I'm not on the same hook that you're on.
Right.
You got to live like the Pharisees. They put heavy burdens on other men, but with their own fingers, they would not lift a finger for that same burden. So I'm gonna give myself the gift of peace, ease, pleasure, chill time, comfort. But I'm gonna lay my burden on top of the men that are already burdened. I'm still giving myself that gift. I'll give myself an out.
You're saying that gift that you're giving yourself, that bribe that you're giving yourself, is an exchange of responsibility.
There you go. Perfect. That's why it's an oppressive government. That's why it's oppression. Okay, instead of me being the man and doing my job and maintain responsibility, you know what? I'm gonna sit here and put on these other men. Let these young guys. Let the young guys do all the work. They're carrying the whole world.
They got to do all the work. They got to maintain the house. They support the house.
They carry the whole house, and all I have to do is just sit here and
be the priest,
be the big guy. Not fair.
Or escape danger, or escape trouble.
You're in danger of loss. I'm not in danger of loss, but you're in danger of loss.
Right.
I'll give myself the gift of security by robbing the security of the other men. It's an unevenness about it that should make a man mad.
You know what? Can we read this on that point? Esther chapter 4, verse 13.
Chapter 4?
Mm-hmm. Esther chapter 4, verse 13.
Esther chapter 4, verse 13. Sorry. Verse 13. Then Mordecai commanded to answer Esther, think not with thyself that thou shalt escape in the king's house.
Just because you're in a position where you have a leadership position, you in the king's house.
You're the big half.
You're the big half.
You're the big half.
that you don't have to worry. That's funny, man. You're that big half.
It's not a Django for a second.
Yeah.
You think you in the big house?
Yeah, the big
you
house.
on that net? You on that net, don't think you gonna escape any problems?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
And that seat of authority does it. It makes you feel like the problems that the people have are I'm beyond that.
Yes. Not my problem.
They're not my problems. Those are your problems. But this is what Mordecai told Esther. He said, think not that what?
Think not with thyself that thou shalt escape in the king's house.
Because you next to the king, that you got more security.
You got pull.
You got pull. Read on.
More than all the Jews.
He said you better make sure that you maintain the fact that your problems are their problems, their problems are your problems. You stay connected and affiliated with the people, and that you don't elevate yourself above their issues. And because that's like Dawiyah is bringing out, that's a bribe within itself.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? That it's the convenience of my position that it makes me not have to feel what or integrate myself with the people. You know what I'm saying? I have an out. Read on.
For if thou altogether holdest thy peace at this time.
So if you don't step up and do what you're supposed to do or called to do while you're in that position, you know what I'm saying, which is to deliver Israel out of their danger. Read on.
Then shall their enlargement and deliverance arise to the Jews from another place.
He says, then the Most High will, if you don't want to do right in that position that you're in, when you're in a leadership position or high position, he said the Most High will just cause deliverance to come from some other source. Meaning the Most High will grow past you. The Most High will still bring deliverance, but it just won't come from your hands. It won't come from where you are. Read on.
But thou and thy father's house shall be destroyed.
And he said, but you and your father's house shall be destroyed. So what he's saying is that the Most High will just remove you out of the way if you don't want to deal righteously when you're in a position to really help the people. The greatest position to help the people is a leadership position. But if you don't do right, the Most High is still going to bring about his judgment, but just remove you out of the way.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Just up to back of what Dawiah was saying.
That's a scary thing.
Yeah.
And last but not least, you can connect that to, I'm not trying to go there, but you're dealing with, on a national level, you have your highly educated folks that are beyond the poor. You have your celebrities that have connection to bigger sources of wealth. You have your boule, your so-called black Greeks, right? That part of our society, what they call them coconuts in some cultures, they call them apples in Gedite cultures. They call them Oreos amongst us. What happens is, because the closer I am to master's resources, or the house niggas, right, amongst us on our level, we feel like we don't, well, we're not, I'm not in the same position as those people over there.
It's coconuts.
Coconuts, apples, Oreos, it's all the same terminology. Listen, that's your issue, it's not my issue. It still has that go for self mentality. This is the reason why we were divided amongst the tribes. It was still a go for self. That's Judah's over there tripping. Oh, that's over there with Reuben.
That's good. Listen, those Philistines are trying to deal with those Judites because they were sinning.
Exactly.
Why I got to sit back and get myself entangled in that situation?
It's always a selfish spirit connected to this oppressive spirit. It don't belong to me. I'm gonna take a bribe. I'm looking for the easy way out. That's on you. It's not on me, bro. That whole spirit right there, bro. This is the reason why the Most High is not gonna bless the whole entire nation, because we have this mindset still.
Okay.
We have to make sure that, like the Bible says, when one rejoices, we all what?
Rejoice.
When one sinner sins,
when one suffer, we all suffer.
I'm sorry, definitely. That's not one sinner. When one
suffer, when one sinner sins, I'm getting the hell away. Not sin.
No. When one suffer, we all suffer.
Yeah.
When one rejoices, we all rejoice.
Yeah.
We're not. I was taught from my youth was that we're never better than we're never stronger than our weakest link.
Got it.
Bottom line. That was it.
Okay, so let's do the Josephus once again. It's Josephus. It is Book 6, Chapter 5, Paragraph 6.
Josephus, Book 6, Chapter 5, Paragraph 6, Verse 88. Hereupon Samuel, when such a testimony...
Real quick, let's say line because they're not verses. Just want to make sure it's a line. It's not a verse. This isn't a Bible verse. This is just history, y'all, that coincides with the scriptures. Because I just want to make sure we're not looking at the Josephus as gospel. It's just history.
Okay, got it.
Just for everybody in TV land.
All right.
Let's keep going.
Line 88. Hereupon Samuel, when such a testimony had been given him by them all, said, since you grant that you are not able to lay any ill thing to my charge hitherto, come on now, and do you hearken while I speak with great freedom to you.
So this is the power of being blameless. When you're blameless, now I can check you freely. When I'm blameless, I can tell you the truth, and not necessarily in a negative way. But when I'm blameless, now I've earned the right to talk to you and deal with you in righteousness.
Yeah, the scripture says that too. That once your obedience, it says having in a readiness to revenge all disobedience once your obedience is fulfilled. So you're not qualified to check somebody until you put yourself under great circumspection, and that you make sure that I'm not taking bribes, I'm not two-timing anybody, I'm not taking advantage of anybody, or I'm not bringing a smut on my reputation. Then if you're upright and upstanding, that's what gives you the power to be just, And that power is the ability to speak to people with clarity.
In truth.
In truth.
Done. And that's what's being said. So let's continue.
You have been guilty of
I like how he
great
said that.
impiety.
Yeah.
You have been guilty.
Yeah.
He first had to make sure everybody understood that he was blameless.
Yeah.
But I got to get you, huh? Because now everybody's hyped because you won a war, and now it's Saul for 2022 now. Huh?
Mhm.
What about serving the Most High?
Yeah.
Read on.
Of great impiety against the Most High, in asking you a king.
Don't forget, they were still rallying around Saul and not thanking the Most High for the victory.
Yep.
Wow.
Who won the fight?
Wow.
Was it Saul or was it the Most High?
To a car man.
So you can already see where this is going. Their whole mindset is on following this man, and they weren't giving glory to the Heavenly Father. And this is why Samuel had to come right back around and say, listen, man, y'all screwed up, huh? In 1 month, you forgot about the Most High? It's all about Saul? It took 1 month. And all it took one victory in 1 month, and everybody stopped giving the Most High credit for the victory. This is why the Most High had to consistently have thunderstorms and earthquakes and land opening up. Those kind of miracles had to keep happening to remind the Jews what? It's me and it's not the strength of your hands. They want to make it about the strength of their hands. Because 300,000 men came. That's why the Most High always kept the numbers down when we fought battles.
Yeah.
He never loaded 300,000 against. That was a fair. Listen, we had more men than I would imagine. He kept the numbers low to keep us what? Humble.
That's true.
And to keep reminding us that it was about the what? The Most High was doing great things with small numbers. So now you got the king. He forced everybody to come through. Don't forget, Most High broke the Midianites and Ishmaelites with 300 men. And what did he do? He sat back here and had them go crazy and just killed each other. Just because they made some noise in the middle of the night.
Yep.
Things like that always happen because the Most High was trying to disarm us of our pride. Because if we have too many resources, we think it's what? Oh yeah, master plan. Thinking of a master plan.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
go here, you go here. We're going to do this and do this. We're going to flip this and switch this. We're going to take this and do that. Ooh, and we're going to do this with that. Ooh, see it's right here.
Yeah.
It's that. This is how you use wisdom,
See, I got a military
This is how you
mind.
use
I
wisdom,
got a
brother.
military
Military minded.
Yeah.
I'm using my forces to go down to the side. And then we're going to go to the north. Then we're going to, you're going to say north. Then we're going to the west. And then you start thinking you're doing something you ain't shit. You see, we ain't nothing.
I know what I'm talking about. I've been here. I've been done this.
Listen, we talking wisdom here, you did? But the Most High keeps these numbers small to keep us humble and rely on the Most High. Now you got the king, you got the large numbers, and we forgot the Most High immediately. Immediately. And this is why Samuel is reminding them again. Wow. You don't realize what you're doing. You forgot about the Most High and you're guilty of impiety to the Father. Read on.
Wow.
Line 89.
But it's showing you also about being blameless. If you're blameless, then a person can't throw what you're not doing back at your face when you're correcting it. This is the power of being blameless. Because this is what Israel loves to do. When you sit back here and pin Israel on their shit, what's the first thing they do? I saw you do this. So if I saw you do something, then it justifies me not focusing on me. Because I want to talk about you.
Is that another reason why the Pharisees hated Yahweh?
Yeah, he was blameless. Because you know what? Because the Pharisees hated Christ because Christ made them look bad. Listen, Christ came here, he healed the sick, and was ripping the leadership's ass. He's like, y'all are full of crap. Y'all aren't about leading the front. You're about bloviating and looking like you're in a level, but you don't do the dirty work. You should be here with these sick. versus being in these temples and synagogues, hanging around your peers, talking, arguing, breakdowns. Because that's all Israel did. What does Israel do now? We'd rather argue with other Israelites online than do the real dirty work and build Israel from the scratch. Why don't you go to a city where Israel ain't taught and go deal with Israel then? That'll keep you humble.
Yep.
Versus arguing with somebody online that's somebody that already knows the Bible. I'm going to go all these places and hang out with a bunch of dudes who think they know something.
I won the debate championships.
That's the whole. Why keep going out a bunch of people arguing with Jews who think they know something more than you?
Yeah.
You're getting nothing accomplished. Hanging around a bunch of know-it-all Jews, and that's the truth. You sit back here and try to counsel with a know-it-all Jew who thinks he knows something. I pass, bro. Just stick with your head. Let me find somebody who don't know the Bible. Let me teach him. At least I can. And the process of developing a person from ground up is where the lessons come from and where the humility kicks in. That's across the board.
Yep.
It's easy,
That's the hard work.
So you're saying that's the easy path. It's the easy path to argue with our own people.
Yeah, it's easy. You sit back here and argue. Well, see, you said that wrong, brother. What about this history? You read about this history? Dude, why don't you sit back here and teach people that don't know the Bible, and then show them how to live it? Oh, no. I ain't going to show them how to live it. I'll show you some books to read. I'll show you some links.
Yeah.
I'll show you some links. Check out these links. And that's it. That's it. That's what the Jews do.
Jewland, though.
That's Jewland, not Linktown, not. Listen, TikTok links,
Yeah.
Facebook links. It's going to be linking my butt off.
Thank God.
Anyway,
But you know what? Listen, bro.
there's nothing wrong with links, y'all.
No, we're not
Nothing
dissing
wrong with
links
links.
out. If you choose to do that, cool. We're missing the bigger picture.
There's more
The
to it
bigger
than that.
picture is still the need of our people. We conveniently forget the need of our people.
He said we strain at a gnat, but we swallow a camel.
Yep.
Ah, Yeah, I think definitely.
That's a
Christ said
fact.
perfect. Like you say, he
Yeah.
said we can fight with the little things out.
Yeah. So we good?
Yeah.
Let's continue in Josephus.
Line 89. It behooves you to remember that our grandfather Jacob came down into Egypt by reason of a famine with 70 souls only of our family, and that their posterity multiplied there to many 10,000s, whom the Egyptians brought into slavery and hard oppression, that the Most High himself, upon the prayers of our fathers, sent Moses and Aaron, who were brethren, and gave them power to deliver the multitude out of their distress, and this without a king.
Mm.
Read it again.
That's phenomenal.
And this without a king.
Mosai sent Moses and Aaron, and you know what he's saying? Listen, if you just would have waited, yes, the Most High knew that Samuel's sons were corrupt. If we just would have waited, the Most High would have sent another Israelite to rise up and lead the people. You didn't have to change the entire government because you were scared and you wanted control. What do you think Israel does now? Everybody wants to sit back and deal with an anti-camp scenario. Because you know what? If you sit back here, if you go anti-camp, now you're safe. All I got to worry about is me and my house. I don't got to put it on the line for nobody. I mean, I was watching yesterday, everybody wants to go anti-camp.
A word?
Oh, hell yeah, it's heavy.
Yeah.
Everybody's anti-camp. You know why? Because anti-camp is safe. Anti-camp doesn't make you sit back here and have to deal with humility and look at yourself and work with the body. You know what's crazy? You cut yourself off from 80% of the lessons that the Bible has to teach you by disconnecting yourself from other people.
You know, there are certain jobs like being let's say an advisor, or you're an instructor. You can even be a teacher from home. You know what I'm saying? You can work from home and be a teacher. You can put people online. You know, at the beginning of the epidemic, you had, or the pandemic, you had teachers working from home. They were getting online and getting on Zoom.
Hey guys,
we're going to go over the alphabet today. You had teachers working from home. You can't work from home as a nurse. You got to be there with the sick.
Yep.
You got to be there as a doctor and a nurse. There's no such thing as I'm just going to look at your sickness from the... You're supposed to be on a computer screen, and I'm supposed to tell you what's wrong with you and check your vitals and see what's wrong with you and change your diapers from a distance. And there's certain jobs you cannot do from a distance. And the sicker the people are, the closer you have to be to them. And that's what people want to do. They want to choose obligation. Israelites, based on what we're talking about, they want to choose a position that I can be detached from the sicknesses of the nation, and I can still look like I'm in a good position. But you cannot. There are certain positions you cannot be in as a leader or as one to. If you say you care about your people, you got to be in the dirt with them. You got to be in the mud.
If
with
I
them.
want to lead or I just want to help. If you want to help, you got to be amongst the sick.
You can't change a diaper from a distance.
No, you
bro.
can't. You can't change the IV.
Yeah, you can't change. You got to wipe poo-poo from right there being next to him. Bro.
I'm glad you're expressing the dirtiest of the dirty jobs, because that's really what people don't understand. Doing this work is about dealing with dirty jobs, dirty, unpopular jobs. The funny thing is, do people think that we want to deal with their crap? Man, forget the camps. I don't want to deal with the camps. You think people want to deal with your pride and attitude too?
Yeah.
You rode just as bad as the people that are in the camp.
If you saw custom that off, you done, huh?
Yeah.
That's all I say.
Your platform is done.
You done.
And this thing will go into the Stone Age really soon. Then what are you saying? And that's the point. You can't grow, and you really can't exercise the activity in the book without being around the body and working on the scriptures and working on yourself. You can't only work on yourself around people in the Bible. If not, the other people are mirrors to what's really inside of you.
I got this. The word camp just means church.
Yes.
So if I'm looking to say you're anti-church.
Yes.
Say, label it the right label.
Yeah.
Don't say anti-camp. Say I'm anti-church. It hits different when you say you're
I'm
anti-church.
anti-church and I'm anti-being around the body. I want to be at the house and sit back and create my arena to where I only look like I'm in a strong position.
It serves me.
Because I only look strong in this position. Everybody that disseminates information out there, their weaknesses are being exposed. They're not having to deal with their vulnerabilities and their fears and their doubts. So are you really growing? Are you really working on your spirit? Hell no, you're not. And this is what the Most High is explaining, even in this whole kingship thing. You chose the king, so you don't got to think. You chose the king, so you don't have to feel the pressure of waiting on the Most High and reading the scriptures. Don't forget, what did Christ say? I think when the Pharisees said, Christ, how come your disciples aren't praying and fasting and stuff like that?
That's in Luke chapter 6.
And pull it if you can, because he says they're not praying and fasting because their head's right here. Yeah. When I'm gone, they're going to be praying and fasting. You know, if you can take that same concept and connect it with the king. When I got a king, I don't got to rely on the Most High now.
Exactly.
Yep. When I got a king, I don't got to pray. I don't got to trust in the Most. I don't got to apply the Bible to make sure these six-finger Philistines don't come and kill my family.
You know, that king is just a substituted form of glory.
Yeah, and protection and safety.
Right.
It's just like everybody online. It's safe to be a prophet online. Yep. It takes real cojones to go out here and live it with the people.
And
takes work.
And bring in people off the street.
And sit back and build men from scratch. That's hard. And that's inconvenient. It's very convenient to eat Cheetos at the house and sit back here and have your Cheetos fingers on the damn keyboards pulling verses. It's the truth, that.
Mark 2 and 18 could be one.
Oh, what you got? What you got with? I want the one that talked about the.
Is it the fast or the praying?
I think we explained it. It's okay.
Okay.
It's okay. It's cool. You know what? I should have had it. I just remember it, and it was just about how people find comfort in another person being there, so they don't have to think and trust and have faith.
Oh, okay.
And then when it really boiled down to it, having Saul or having a king allowed them to just focus on what the king wanted and not have to deal with their responsibility of serving the Most High. What offended the Most High was like, listen, I've been providing help and sending prophets and potent men to you since the time of Egypt. And you forgot over a 500-year period that I've been sending people to help when you cried out to me? Why would you act like I wouldn't do it now? Just because you saw flaw in appointed men that the Most High, don't forget, did the Most High appoint Samuel's sons to lead? No. Samuel's sons were not appointed by the Most High. Samuel appointed his sons to run it. Yeah, but the Most High didn't do it. So you know what would have happened? The Most High would have sent another man that he appointed to lead the people and to keep them on the straight and narrow.
Gotta put one scripture right here. Matthew 25 verse 37.
Matthew chapter 25, verse 27.
No, verse 34.
Verse 34.
Uh-huh.
Then shall the king say unto them on his right hand, Come.
Matter of fact, go to verse 33, then 34. Slack it. That's the last time.
Verse 33.
Uh-huh.
And he shall set the sheep on his right hand, but the goats on the left.
The Most High gonna put the sheep on the right hand, goats on his left. What attributes do the right hand sheep have? Read 34.
Then shall the king say unto them on his right hand, Come, ye blessed of my father, inherit the kingdom, prepared for you from the foundation of the world.
Read on.
For I was an hungered, and ye gave me meat.
So listen, when you're a non-churcher, how you
You're
get
going to
some?
keep pushing the nine.
You're a non-churcher, bro.
Yeah, you're a non-church, right?
When you're a non-churcher, when someone wants a point about feeding the sick and help people that have these issues, when a person's hungry, how you gonna feed them through the screen?
Yeah.
How you gonna feed them? Read.
For I was an hungered, and ye gave me meat. I was thirsty, and ye gave me drink.
I gave them books online.
So when they were thirsty, did you give them something to drink?
I gave them books.
How did you give?
I gave them books.
How did you give them something to drink?
I sent them TikTok videos, right?
You sent the links.
I gave him breakdowns.
But you didn't give them drinks, huh? Read on.
And ye gave me drink. I was a stranger, and ye took me in.
I don't want to know you. I'm a non-churcher. I don't want to know anybody.
Exactly. Exactly.
Pass their email.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to know you pass your email.
Yeah. If as long as you give me likes, that's as far as a relationship goes.
That's as tight as we're gonna get is likes.
Likes and subscribers and thumbs up emojis. You do that, we're cool. That's what our relationship is based upon. This,
Yeah.
all kind of different
emojis.
Yes, emojis. Yeah.
I know you as far as the emojis you drop on my page.
But are you gonna let these people in your house?
No, sir. I want you to be a stranger. I want you to be a stranger.
You gonna let somebody that you just met online live with you?
I'm gonna love you from afar, brother. I'm gonna love you from here.
You gonna bring them in?
This is killer. Line of Judah 538. Gonna jump into your house in a couple of days. Like, that's not gonna happen. Huh? Nobody letting Line of Judah 538 jump in their house. Huh?
Yeah.
You said Line of Judah?
Yeah, man, because there's all those different names like that.
Tag names.
Oh
names,
my
right?
goodness.
I don't know who Line of Judah.
538.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
Who is this person? Nobody knows that.
The avatars.
It's avatars that nobody knows that. They're not letting that person in their house. They're not giving that person drink. They're not giving that person meat. Read on.
Huh?
Verse 36. Naked, and ye clothe me.
How can you clothe somebody you haven't even seen?
Yep.
You don't even know what size they are.
I don't know what size you are, bro.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You look from the screen like you're about
Yeah.
about a 38.
That's hilarious.
It looks like from the screen you wear like a 32 inseam.
Yeah. That doesn't make sense. This is the mind of the non-churcher.
Yeah.
You know?
It's non-church. I like that. I like non-church.
Because they sound like this. It sounds like you're righteous saying, I don't believe in cancer. That's like a fake righteousness.
Yeah.
No, you're a non-churcher, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Read.
Naked, and ye clothe me. I was sick. I'm sorry.
You wouldn't know they were sick. How you know they're sick?
Wouldn't.
You can't hear them sneezing through the screen.
All you'll get that pray for me, y'all, online. I need my prayer warriors out here today, y'all.
Yeah.
That's all. Like, I'll pray. Prayers up. Prayers up. And that's what you'll get. That's as far as it'll get at. No real solutions.
That's just a different level of church. Like the churchy church. Not Christianity, like that Christian churchianity.
No, that's online church.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna be warm and filled.
It's like, you know, for example, like my mom, like when I talk to her, she's like, oh, I got my Bible verse of the day. You want to hear it?
Oh, yeah.
Of the day.
That's it. It's just one verse. That's it. That's all you need.
Yeah.
For you to make it about you and fix you. But we understand counsel. It takes multiple verses, multiple time, a constant conversation to actually help somebody. It takes real investment, is what Dawiyah's pulling in Matthew 25. It takes real investment to help somebody and to rehabilitate somebody. Yeah.
And read verse 42. Where we at right now?
Verse 36. I was sick, and ye visited me.
Uh-huh.
I was in prison, and ye came unto me.
How can you come to somebody that's in prison and you don't know this person? You never seen this person.
Huh?
You're a non-camper. You're a non-churcher.
Churcher. I like that one better.
It can't happen. We don't even need to go to the rest of the scriptures. It should be obvious.
Yeah.
You gonna come to him in a hologram?
Yeah, you know maybe they'll have that technology. Let me justify that.
The hologram show up in prison.
Hologram, Tupac.
I'm in the cells with y'all. I'm in prison with you.
I was with the brothers.
With the brothers.
Shalom. Anyway, let's keep going, man. What's up?
No, I wanted to bring out Matthew 10, verse 8, because that's actually a commandment from Christ.
Okay.
And a lot of our people talk about, I love God, I love Christ.
Yeah.
But
that's a good one. Read that.
Matthew 10, verse 8. Heal the sick. Cleanse the lepers.
You can't heal the sick unless you get connected to the sick. And you can't, even when you get connected, it takes time. Well, people don't understand that you got to put years into somebody to even start seeing the depth of their sickness. You think you can sit back and heal somebody after a couple weeks of talking to them? It is not the case.
That's only one aspect of the beginning of healing people.
Exactly, it's getting to know you. But that takes years to get to know you.
Yeah.
Then you got to supply your example, like we've been reading about being blameless. You know what does that mean? I got to be around you enough for me to be blameless around you to even get you to want to change. Because that's the work it takes to help rehabilitate people. Get to know them, be blameless, and then when they're ready to change, all the teaching and your example and their willingness to make things right, then they come around. And then guess what? You got more sick people to heal. That is what rehabilitation is. And you can't do that at the comfort of your home just chilling.
There's different forms of rehabilitation.
Yeah.
Some is you know, just small, like I just need to be with you for a couple of weeks. You know what I'm saying? You're almost there. And some is I need to spend time. And there's no amount of time. Who knows how long you're going to be in this position, but I got to be there at your side as an assistant until
you're whole.
You're whole and you get this healing. And nobody can put a time frame on that. Yep. And that's the hard part, is when you got people that have issues that are deep-seated, deep-rooted, and they've been with these issues for a long time, and you got to be with them and suffer them and tolerate them, and you don't know when that spirit is going to come off and when it's going to be healed.
And that's why Christ, the greatest amongst you, has to be the greatest servant, because you're on their timetable. You're waiting for them.
Yep.
You're at their service. And the more you're at their service, the less it's about what? You and what you want to do. And that's what people don't understand.
And that's why the scriptures say in 1 John 3, it says 18, my little children, let us not love in word or in tongue, but in deed and in truth. So you can talk the talk, you can talk the Israelite talk, you can talk the Israelite jargon. You can have breakdowns, you can have classes, you can have Hebrew, you can speak the talk and make it sound like you're a devoted Israelite. But if you're not getting your hands dirty, if you're not putting yourself in uncomfortable positions, if you're not tolerating the sicknesses of the people, then your love for the Most High or your people goes only as far as your word, goes only as far as your mouth. There's no actions manifested from it. Yeah. And so the Most High says your love got to manifest something. It has to be seen, it has to be felt, it has to integrate and aid people's life. It just can't be in word. And word is only in one aspect. Teaching is only one aspect of healing. But that other part is, like it says in verse 17, but whosoever hath this world's good, and seeth his brother have need, and shutteth up his bowels of compassion from him, how dwelleth the love of the Most High in him? So I don't really want to extend and make myself uncomfortable. I want to sit at home.
Yep.
I want to sit in front of my screen.
I don't want to have to lose anything.
I don't want to lose anything.
I don't want to suffer. Why should I have to suffer for somebody else?
Why?
Oh, because Christ said so.
Right. Because
That's the reason.
when you're in a camp, people have sicknesses and they poop on you, they vomit on you, they pee on you. You know,
It happens.
it happens, right? Not in a physical sense, but
Spiritually.
But sometimes, listen, when you're in a brother's house, you cleaning up, you wiping toilets behind men.
Yeah.
When you're living in a real camp setting where you're functioning around men on a daily basis, you washing dishes. You washing that. You damn near you cleaning up behind their mistakes and what they don't know how to do. What they don't know how to do. You have to deal with their issues, their ignorances, their slothfulness.
And people think, and this is the sad thing, people think they can grow without committing themselves to the service of others. You cannot grow if you're not operating at the service of others. That's scriptural. That's New Testament. That's the whole thing. You can't escape that. If you think it's just about the law, the Most High said He comes in a volume in the book. Oh, what about Christ?
What about mercy?
You want to just talk about law and Torah?
What about long
suffering? What about sacrifice and dedication to your brother?
Temperance.
Hey, but how do you know if you lack temperance?
Right.
How do you know if you lack patience? You don't even know if you lack patience unless you're around a person that gets under your last nerve. Then you realize, oh, I have a patience issue.
Okay.
If you're only around people that you're comfortable with, you'll never know what your issue is, and that was why Christ kept saying, y'all Pharisees are hypocrites. You only stay around people that are learned like you. Get your hands dirty and deal with the sick. Nobody wants to do that because that's too hard. But people expect maximum response from the Most High just because you stayed in your box.
Respect or respect for my knowledge.
Exactly.
Yep.
But I didn't want to be uncomfortable.
And I didn't want to commit what I've learned to others. Isn't that what 1 Peter 2:2? You want to take what you learned and commit it to faithful men who will teach others also. You got to commit it to them.
How you gonna do it?
That means you got to be committed to them.
I don't know how you gonna do it though.
Can't do it from the internet.
I don't know what kind of bandwidth you got that's gonna be able to make that happen.
Yeah. Exactly. Maybe you send posters of yourself and with a microphone in the background. And there's 3 or 4 statements that you always say. Maybe that's what it takes out.
That's what it takes out.
But okay. So
I got one more scripture.
Okay. Slack it.
2nd Ezra 2:20-22. And that's it. Just more on the topic, and then we're moving on, I guess.
Yeah, we got to, man. You got to go with how Samuel rolls with these dudes. You said 2nd Ezra what?
2:22.
Yeah, it's 2nd Ezra 2, verse 20-22.
Oh, okay. 2nd Ezra chapter 2, verse 20.
Mm-hmm.
Do right to the widow.
Can't do that. Can't do it. You can't do it if you're non-churcher. I'm gonna keep saying it, bro.
You said 2nd Ezra what?
2:20.
Yeah, 2:20.
Got it.
Through 22.
Okay, got it.
Read.
Do right to the widow.
I don't know how you're gonna do it, bro. Read.
What does that even mean? To do right to the widow. That means you got to get out of your house and look after the woman who needs assistance, who lost her husband. And that means you got to sit back here and interject yourself into their life, and that widow has to become your family, part of your family. And are you going to sit back here and let people who are trying to serve the Most High and make them part of your family? Not these guys online. You got to sit back here and allow the people that are trying to serve the Most High open up your life and your heart and make them part of your family if you're trying to live like Christ.
I can't hide behind my screen name.
Got it.
Read.
Do right to the widow.
Uh-huh.
Judge for the fatherless.
I don't know how you're gonna do a teenager that's hard-headed, bro. I don't know how you're gonna do it. I'm asking you, how are you going to do this?
Yeah, how is a person going to sit back and help the fatherless or the child that needs a guide?
If you're a non-camper, how do you do this?
Fine.
I want to know. I don't know. I'm trying to like at least see it your way.
See it their way?
I'm trying to see it your way. I don't see what's going to happen. Read on.
Sorry. Judge Judge for the fatherless.
Read.
Give to the poor.
I can see it go fund me. I can see that. That's a possibility.
You can throw money at something.
I can see that. Read on.
Defend the orphan.
I don't know how it's gonna be done, bro. I don't see it. Read on.
Clothe the naked.
Read on.
Heal the broken and the weak.
I don't know. How you gonna do it?
How are you gonna heal the broken and the weak?
I don't know how that person's philosophy is gonna do it, bro. I don't know.
That's
Read.
a great verse.
I would love to see somebody explain this, bro. How you gonna do it like that? Read.
Heal the broken and the weak.
Uh-huh.
Laugh not a lame man to scorn.
Okay. Read on.
Defend the maimed.
Defend the maimed.
That means the ones who were damaged, not
Maimed, yeah.
the ones who were damaged.
Handicapped.
That means you got to deal with sick people. He wants you to go to the people with problems.
God.
The ones that are slow, that are behind, that need day-to-day supervision. He says the whole need not physician. You got to go to people who aren't complete. The ones who aren't complete need constant attention on them.
The ones that aren't complete can't read these super dope books.
They can't understand it. We get all deep. Listen, I always go back to this. 15 years ago, I was going into Kaifeng Jews. I was on Kaifeng Jews in the early 2000s. Kaifeng Jews in India, all that cool stuff. You know what I realized? The people that were in class, it was too much for them. So I can go as deep as I want to get, but what good is me getting deep with knowledge when the core people needed? We had certain brothers who couldn't read in the camp. So what good is me sitting back here and going bananas with breakdowns and going bananas with all this wisdom that a brother couldn't even read for himself? Why don't I sit back and take the time to help this brother read? How about taking the time to help brothers take notes? Because if you don't, listen, what good is dropping knowledge if they don't know how to take notes? You will be surprised how many Israelite brothers do not know how to properly take notes. Out of all the generations I've come across, 3 out of 4 men don't know how to take notes. And that's the truth. Out of all generations, 75%, you know what they'll have after class? However many verses I put out there, or brothers put out there, you'll have verses and nothing else there. How you gonna remember what happened? How you gonna remember the lines?
In my spirit.
I got verses, brother.
In my spirit.
Here are my notes. Dude, you just got 15 Bible verses. That's it. That's not notes.
Ultimately, what happens is they become an Israelite dropout.
Yeah.
Like they dropped out of school.
Exactly.
Because I dropped out of school because my home life was so unstable. I couldn't focus on class. I only went to school so I could eat. You know what I'm saying?
That's a real thing.
Because they had lunch, they had breakfast, and they had lunch.
Yep.
That's what I made sure I was at school so I could eat. So if somebody's home life is worse than they're able to, or is so bad that they're unable to get the education that's being offered to them, they have to eat, they have to feed themselves, they got to pay bills, they got to have lights on. Same thing if our message is just in word. If our message is only going as far as a word goes, then these people that are suffering, their situation is going to be so bad they can't comprehend the word they were giving them anyway. It makes the word invalid. It makes the word in vain. It makes the word
because it's not hitting the people, and you're not adapting to the level that the people need your attention to go to. Right. Why go to level Z when they haven't gotten past level A? And this is what the Most says: we have to be servants to the people. What does this person need to grasp Christ? Why do you think Paul, when he was going to these foreign countries, wasn't sitting back here and giving the people 630 some laws? Because they couldn't handle it. Just like people out here that can barely read and write can handle all the breakdowns we give them now. But you wouldn't know that if you weren't around them. Or you would know that if you were around the sick and understand that there's different variations of what people need. Versus just disseminating information to people who already know what you're dropping. That's what people online do. I'm just dropping information to people who already know the information so I can look what?
Strong.
Smart and wise. Because if it's really about developing people, why am I keep dropping all these books that these cats can't read? Let me go out here and teach them the basics.
Yeah.
Let's teach color.
Yeah.
Let's teach Deuteronomy 28. And let's teach it until you understand it. And then let's work on your character flaws.
Yeah.
But you know what? When I'm working on your character flaws, who has to suffer? One person wins, another person loses.
Mm-hmm.
And can you realize that the teacher has to lose so that somebody else can gain? It ain't just, you people think teaching is just winning. I'm just dropping information, looking smart.
Right.
Do you realize this new book I read? Come check it out. Likes, smiley faces. Oh, you got wisdom. No, you don't. Because if you really are about wisdom, go in the damn dirt with the sick.
Mm-hmm.
No cameras.
Go in the dirt with the sick and help them. And then you got to realize, okay, once I go in the dirt, I can't just drop information and leave. That's what we used to tell brothers all the time. Oh, yeah, I'm going to drop the knowledge. You're sealed now. I can go live my... I mean, I heard that before the internet happened. Before the internet, brothers would sit back here and they would say, I dropped it on him. Now he's sealed. What? So just because I gave you 20 minutes, now he going to die if you don't listen to your 20-minute whack-ass sermon? I'm sorry. But I'm not sorry.
Sealed. So he's supposed to be...
You're sealed. That's what brothers were teaching, how they were talking in the 90s. If I talk to you for 10 minutes, you're sealed now.
So you're instantly a new man in Christ.
Or you're on the hook. And if you don't obey that 5-minute conversation and pursue it on your own, you're dead. Because that was the mindset. I do so now. A person can listen to you for 5-10 minutes, take my raggedy piece of paper that talks about me being Jews, and I better pursue it, learn it, study it, and be 100% about it, with no examples around at all to feed off of. And then now the Most High is going to seal that man, and he's going to die. If he doesn't sit back and follow this. This is how people would think. I've heard it 1,000 times. You're sealed. That's horrible.
No, that means I get to skate without responsibility for
That's the point. Listen, I remember when I got my Israelite literature. Do you realize, I remember I was like 15. I was 14. Do you realize that damn literature stayed in my glove box for a year and a half? I didn't give two shits about that piece of paper, right? First of all, the paper was faded. I couldn't get all the verses because it was faded. So how was I supposed to study a faded piece of damn paper anyway? And then I folded the paper, and that folded part made it even more shady. I couldn't read the middle now. So now I'm on the hook because I couldn't read a faded ass piece of paper.
That's your life, brother.
From a guy that gave a lame breakdown in the first place. Now I'm gonna die now because I didn't sit back here and understand what you were saying. That didn't even make sense. It doesn't make sense.
I can't stop drinking. How that's gonna help me?
That's what I'm saying. I can't stop smoking weed. How about that? Let me help me get off the drugs so maybe I can read books better.
Stabilize my situation.
Good night.
Help me have a stable house.
But that's Israel being simple and wanting the easy way out to get gratification, like they're doing something. You know you're a Jew, right? Take here. Take this piece of paper. That's it. You're sealed. Oh, I got 5 guys sealed today. What? Just because you sit back here and gave a lame little spill about you. You know the Jews were black, huh? Peace. Like what? Another man sealed, signed, sealed, delivered. That was how Israel functions, huh?
I gotta read.
Then it went from that. Then it morphed into just book banging. I'm teaching you. I'm a teacher. I'm an online teacher. Oh, okay. Cool. I get if you're dropping verses online and you're actually living it and dealing with men. That's cool. But your 100% job is just to be online, talking about books and statements and history and stuff.
Getting my likes up.
I
just want to read one scripture.
I'm sorry.
James chapter 2 verse 13.
It's bad.
Man.
James 2:13.
Sealed, brother. How many brothers you sealed today, though?
Going to hell, man.
You didn't seal nobody today yet?
Going to hell, man.
Because they going to hell if they don't sit back here and receive the seal or not. They got sealed.
James chapter 2 verse 13.
Mm-hmm.
It's horrible, bro.
For he shall have judgment.
Then this is how the Most High looks at that. How you've exercised yourself with this knowledge. Read on.
for he shall have judgment
Go ahead.
without mercy.
The Most High said, when it's time for you to be judged, the Most High is going to have judgment without what?
Without mercy.
How important is that? Read on.
That have showed no mercy.
It says
Wow.
the reason why the Most High said that you'll be judged without mercy because you didn't show no what?
Oh, goodness.
No mercy.
Now, how important is mercy? Read on.
And mercy rejoiceth against judgment.
No, knowledge.
Mercy rejoiceth against judgment.
Breakdown.
Mercy rejoiceth against judgment.
How many online classes you put
Awesome,
on?
bro.
Mercy rejoiceth against judgment.
How many garments you got in your closet?
Mercy rejoiceth against judgment.
How long is your phalanges?
Yeah, yeah.
How long is your
How long-
phalanges, my
yeah,
G?
How long is it? You know what I'm saying? What is what counts in the eyes of the Most High?
Mercy.
The Most High don't care about the way you operated and how many followers you had online. He don't care how your channel blew up, if it blew up or not. It doesn't matter. What the Most High is looking at is, how was your mercy when you got this knowledge? How did you exercise mercy when you had this knowledge? You had the knowledge, so how did that translate to the people? How did your knowledge translate over to impact the lives of people? Read on.
God. What doth it profit?
It said what?
What doth it profit?
It says, what does it profit? Read on.
My brethren,
Go ahead.
though a man say he have faith,
Though you may have faith, you know you're Israelite, but what good is you having this knowledge, breakdowns, Bible verses, Hebrew, garments? Go ahead.
and have not works.
And you ain't got no what?
Works.
Yeah, you ain't got no
So-
works.
So,
But the works, part of the works was the mercy.
Now, I was bringing out the works with the sick, healing
I
the
know.
sick, going to visit them in prison.
Deal with the orphans,
Deal with the orphans, the widows. You know what I'm saying? Laugh not a lame man to scorn. You know what I'm saying?
Huh.
Defend the maimed. All these things was the works. So having the knowledge is only one aspect of being an Israelite. The works is the other side. Read on.
Can faith save him?
No, okay, that's because the Most High don't care about faith, ultimately. The Most High don't care about your proclamation that you're an Israelite, you got a Hebrew name.
Yep.
That's
And
not
how much you do this knowledge for yourself.
right. And how strong you are, and how many people follow you. He said, can faith save him? Read on.
If a brother or sister be naked,
And this is what the Most High is looking at. This is what counts to the Most High in a time of judgment. How many naked people did you put clothes on? With all that knowledge you got, how did it impact the needs of the people around you?
People who really needed things.
Right. Read on.
and destitute of daily food,
People that was hungry every day. Did your knowledge and your breakdowns translate to Campbell soup? Did your knowledge and breakdowns translate to teas and medicines and
People
herbs
being sustained.
and some help on some rent or some blankets or some furniture
Families get fed.
or some shoes or some cereal, some boxes of cereal?
wow.
Read on.
and one of you say unto them,
Go ahead.
depart in peace.
Oh, shalom.
Be warm and filled,
That's
bro.
what peace means. The part of peace, shalom. Laila tov.
Laila tov.
Borke tov. Read
That's
on.
awesome. That's classic too.
Be ye warm and filled.
Classic.
Go ahead.
Notwithstanding, ye give them not,
But the Most High said, you said shalom, you said peace, you said that, ask the Most High in the name of Christ to bless him. You may have said that in your mouth, but the Most High still see you didn't do what? He said, notwithstanding, read on.
notwithstanding, ye give them
You do
not.
what?
Ye give them not
Give them not what?
those things which are needful to the body.
Which are needful to the what?
To the body.
That's the church right there,
that's the
bro.
church. The breakdown, you gave them breakdowns, but how did the breakdowns translate to what they needed
Kinda.
in their life? You can't do that from the internet. You can't do that when a person's physically ill, economically ill, financially ill, mentally ill. All these illnesses that our people have. Your knowledge better translate to something to where it's directly
Impacts people's
impacting
life, huh?
the lives of the people, touching their lives. And rehabilitation.
That's the real work.
That's the work. Read on.
Which are needful to the body. What doth it profit?
And then what good is your breakdown? What good is your knowledge? What good is your Hebrew? Read on.
Even so faith, if it have not works, is dead, being alone.
So it's just one aspect. The knowledge is just one aspect.
The faith is one aspect.
Yep.
But can I take that faith and teach another person faith? Can I take all of the abilities I have that come to me from my studies and make another person impactful from that? Yes, what you gonna say,
I
Nagat?
had one.
One more, because we still have at least.
We're in Samuel, brother.
I'm sorry.
Samuel, brother. Go for it. What you got, man?
Jude chapter 1, verse 18.
Yeah.
Go ahead. How that they told you there should be mockers in the last time, who shall walk after their own ungodly lusts.
Exactly. That's a good one. Because a mocker is just saying, oh, you don't have to do this camp thing. You don't got to do this camp thing. All you got to do is pursue what you got to do to get to the kingdom. But people don't have an understanding what getting to the kingdom is. What you got? What you got?
Verse 19.
Yep.
These be they who separate themselves. Sensual.
Because they're sensual is people like to pick and choose what makes them feel good about the truth. That's what makes you sensual. When you're a servant, it's about what another person needs. When you're sensual, it's about what I need to make me feel good. People post like that because that's what they get a kick out of the post. They get a kick out of the people talking about the knowledge and making them feel good about what they're doing. Versus making it about what other people need. People are only in it for themselves. All those non-campers, all those non-people in the body, they just want, all they're in it is for themselves. There's selfish motivations behind it. Read on.
These be they who separate themselves, sensual, having not the Spirit.
Because they don't understand the Spirit. If they think the Spirit is just about acquiring information and dropping information and leaving, you know who else did that? The Pharisees.
Right.
That's all the Pharisees did, was drop information and hang around people that were like them, like-minded of them. Drop information, look down on Jake, look down on the sick, and talk about how they don't understand. But then they sit back and live in their homes, in their fat homes, in their fat, comfortable situations, without having to deal with the muck of the people. And that's why Christ had such an issue with the Pharisees. You get all the knowledge, all the breakdowns, all the information, and you didn't use it to help the people. You used it to look down on the people. Because for all the information you had, it made you more cocky, it made you more unapproachable, and you start looking down even more on the people. And that's what people online do all the time. They talk about what people aren't bringing to the table, how deficient they are. They don't want to sit back and help people who need them. But listen, let's get...
It's an excuse not to extend, man.
Yes, exactly. It's an excuse not to give, and that was how the Pharisees operated. All that knowledge you got, but you don't want to serve nobody. That's why Christ said, or Paul said, knowledge puffeth up, but charity edifies.
Yep.
Knowledge makes you act like you're untouchable, but the only way to ground you is what you give to people.
Right.
Is what you commit to people. That keeps you humble. Okay, let's finish off the Josephus, and we're going to finish off 12, and we will probably be at 2:30, 3 o'clock by that time. But that'll be enough. 3 chapters. Let's continue.
Josephus, book 6, chapter 5, line 89, toward the end. These brought us into this very land which you now possess.
I mean, the Most High worked through men that were there to please the Most High without the use of a king, that got us to the kingdom. Read on.
Line 90. And when you enjoyed these advantages from the Most High, you betrayed his worship and religion.
Yeah, man.
Nay, moreover, when you were brought under the hands of your enemies, he delivered you.
What he's saying is, we betrayed the relationship the Most High was trying to build with us, bringing another person in the equation. The Most High was like, all this king is going to do is get in the way of what we're trying to build. I'm trying to build trust with you. That's why whenever the prophets would teach, he'd go all the way back to the time of Exodus. Because there's constant reminders that the Most High is real and he's there for us. So now you're bringing these kings in the mix, and these kings are getting in the way of what I'm trying to show you I'm trying to do for you. He was always trying to build that bond with us. And us bringing a king in betrayed that bond. It betrayed that connection. So now, just like we read earlier, Saul won the battle. Now it was Saul's victory. It wasn't the Most High's victory. Now it was Saul's victory. And the people were praising Saul. And the Most High, isn't he a jealous power?
Come.
He wanted us to praise the Most High. Not Saul. Saul didn't win the battle. That was the Most High that did it. But this was a continuance of us putting other things away in front of the Most High. So the Most High doesn't get his glory. And that's what we have to understand in our pursuit of the Most High, making sure we don't put any other things in the way of us trusting on him on our own. This is where we really have to learn how to trust him, because that's how our bond builds. Which what also shows is, whether it was the king, what does the king represent? A form of control. Because we fight our butts off to keep control, so we don't have to rely on the Most High. The antithesis of faith is control. And this is what the battle always is. Can you give up control? Can you freely and willingly give up control so the Most High can take over?
Man.
It's constant. It's that constant struggle to give up control.
He said the just shall live by faith, not by sight.
But that means the just have to keep giving up control. I might have had faith today, but am I going to give up control next week when shit looks kind of shaky? Can I keep giving up control?
That's powerful.
That's the challenge. And that's how we maintain the Most High being on our side, because the ultimate slap in the face was when we try to insert control of a circumstance and not let the Most High guide us and trust us. Or not trust us, but us trust him. That's the constant struggle. Can I every day submit myself to trusting that the Most High is going to come through? Or do I got to create a scenario and a bunch of fail safes, so in case the Most High don't come through for me, I got this covered? This is why the Most High was so upset with us. Read on.
He delivered you first by rendering you superior to the Assyrians and their forces. He then made you to overcome the Ammonites and the Moabites, and last of all, the Philistines.
Most of those battles, it wasn't like it was just us purely kicking ass. There was a lot of natural disasters that was happening during these victories. If you really remember, there was a lot of natural disasters that worked in our favor. From hailstorms, thundering, lightning, earthquakes. You remember the Benjamin brother put the damn staff in Ehud's belly, and it just worked out that it stayed in there and nobody knew he was dead, and now everything was okay after that? It was so many different circumstances that worked out in Israel's favor that weren't normal. That was purely the Most High. The Most High wanted to keep the circumstances like that. He didn't want to say, well, it might have been the Most High, but man, Saul was powerful today, wasn't he? You see what Saul did? You see what his sons did? Now all of a sudden, the Most High gets less glory. And that was what was a slap in the face. Read on.
And these things have been achieved under the conduct of Jephthah and Gideon. What madness therefore possessed you to fly from the Most High?
He said, what madness possessed you to run from the Most High? Read on.
And to desire to be under a king.
So what the hell got in your mind to think that you had to have a king? And this is when everybody's eating barbecue, chickens in their mouth. You're like, what the hell made you think this was the answer? It wasn't. Most High always raised up somebody in the spirit of the Most High to come through and fight. He always did it that way. It's insane.
You know, Saul was getting Taylor Swifted, man, on his inauguration night.
Yes, that's really funny. When Kanye sat back here, it was like,
I'll let you finish.
Yeah, he didn't let her finish though.
Yeah.
Exactly. He's like, listen, man, give me the mic, man.
Yeah.
You know you done messed up. I told you you shouldn't have had no king.
Yeah.
But he's like, what kind of madness was you having to think that you needed a king? Anyway, let's continue.
Yet have I ordained him for king whom he chose for you. However, that I may make it plain to you that the Most High is angry and displeased at your choice of kingly government.
Man.
I will so
dispose
him that he shall declare this very plainly to you by strange signals.
He said there's going to be some crazy shit happening in the next couple of days so you know for a fact that what I'm saying is true. And when he says strange signals, weather changes in how the weather was happening, to show you how pissed the Most High is.
It wasn't Mother Nature.
Was it? And there is no such thing as Mother Nature. Don't forget, Mother Nature comes from the serving of Astarte, that female goddess in the spring. So there is no Mother Nature. It's the Most High that controls the elements and so forth and so on.
Yep.
Read on.
For what none of you ever saw here before, I mean a winter storm in the midst of harvest.
A winter storm doesn't come out in the springtime. Doesn't happen. So I'm going to bring a winter storm in the midst of the spring. March, April. Obviously, it never happened until this time. Read on.
I will entreat of the Most High and will make it visible to you. Line 92. Now,
I'm sorry, the harvest is in the summer, right?
Yeah, for wheat.
That was a mistake.
It's a wheat harvest.
So you're going to get a winter storm in the summertime.
Yeah, there's time for harvest.
Exactly. That's because you start in the spring
Right.
and you finish in the summertime. Yes. That was my fault. Continue.
Now, as soon as he had said this, the Most High gave such great signals by thunder and lightning and the descent of hail as attested the truth of all that the prophet had said.
Barbecue was over at that point now.
Yeah.
Hail started falling, it started storming. Shut it down. Read on.
Insomuch that they were amazed and terrified and confessed they had sinned and had fallen into that sin through ignorance.
Well, you know what the crazy thing is? They fell into the sin through ignorance. But the problem with our people is we choose to be ignorant. We choose to be ignorant. Huh? We choose not to look at the history. We choose not to read the Bible. We choose not to sit back here and pursue the Most High. So we like to blame everything on I didn't know.
Right.
We don't know because we weren't trying to know.
And exactly. And that's the ignorance side of it is we didn't know how the Most High felt about it.
Exactly. We didn't know that the Most High was going to be pissed that we did it.
Exactly.
That's the ignorance.
That's the ignorance. But the fact that we should still be punished is for the fact that we didn't consider how the Most High feels.
God.
That's the part that we should be blamed for. That we even considered that the Most High wouldn't like this. Was it not the Samuel telling us before the Most High would not be appeased with this?
Because we're still saying this. We're still saying that the Most High wasn't good enough to protect us. The Most High wasn't good enough to look after us. I need a physical figurehead, and then his sons and his sons' sons to sit back here and be the person that we follow. Because just relying on the Most High didn't give me confidence, or didn't give the people confidence, or they couldn't just unify because the Most High wants them to unify. You had to have a man unify you. Because what do you think the goal that the Most High was trying to accomplish with us? Is for us to be unified to Him. We couldn't unify to Him, but Saul can unify us. He's like, what the hell is this? The whole nation is unified because of Saul, and I couldn't get the nation unified for 400 years to follow me? What kind of slap in the face is that? 500 years.
Wow.
For 500 years, I couldn't get the people to all come together to follow me. But in one damn month, everybody locks into Saul like he was the savior. What kind of slap in the face is this to the Most High? He's been begging and pleading us for 500 years to come together and stick with us.
You know, can you imagine how the Most High felt about Obama?
That was crazy, bro.
Yeah, bro.
That was crazy.
And even when he was in Israel.
Get on the bus. They had everybody on the bus, man. Going to
Brother, yes we can.
Yes,
That's it. Hell yeah! My president is black. My Lambo's blue. And that's it. And it took that to get people to be pseudo united. Didn't realize he didn't give a crap about you. He sat back here and bailed out big banks, big business. Sorry. The point is this. Once again, he's like, dude, I couldn't get y'all to come together for 500 years, but a king gets you hyped and crunk? That's messed up, huh?
Jesus, why?
Listen. He couldn't get 300,000 Israelites to come together when he was the power. He was the focus. He barely got that number to come together. One man gets 300,000 to ride with him, but 300,000 wouldn't come together and fight during the time of Judges? Damn, it's a messed up feeling. It's messed up.
The scripture about the Most High said, I know they were going to reject me.
Yeah, but he said that earlier. He said it, I think, in chapter 9. He says, listen, don't be upset, Samuel. They didn't reject you. They rejected me. They can't stand me.
Yeah, same thing he told Ezekiel. He said they're not going to listen to you because they don't listen to me.
That's the point. But listen, Saul got 300,000 people to come together. That's the end of the whole nation at that time. But Mosai couldn't get but 300 guys to get a job done.
It was 8 and 7.
What's that? Okay, yeah, 8. It was chapter 8. But that's the point. It's a sad circumstance. It really is. It's really sad. Mosai's pissed. Anyway, let's keep going.
Wow.
And besought the prophet as one that was a tender and gentle father to them.
They felt bad. Really, you know what's crazy? They felt bad about the Most High, but they really felt bad that they let Samuel down. Because he was like a father to them. Read on.
To render the Most High so merciful as to forgive this their sin, which they had added to those other offenses whereby they had affronted him and transgressed against him.
You know what's crazy? Nobody can say the Most High didn't love us. He put up with so much crap. Listen, to the point where he had to sit back here and say, you know what, bro? I have to just accept that the Jews aren't going to serve me because out of just straight love, I have to go ahead and establish a second covenant. You're going to get to the point at the end where you're going to love me because you want to love me. The law's going to be in your hearts. Because you know what? It had to get to that.
Yeah.
The law is just going to be in your hearts because you guys can't do it. He had to just accept that his nation that he loved and adored so much wasn't going to willingly love him. That's a tough pill to swallow. Can you just accept that the people that you fight for every day just will not love you? And I got to accept that you're not going to love me, but I still got to work with you every day.
No, because I'll be fuming if my partner that I've done so much for stabs me in the back and betrays me.
And then you come to the realization that they will never change.
Right.
They will never move on and forgive you.
Huh.
That's brutal. And to still send the Savior down, and to still work with you, and to still send your son down to get the same treatment that the Most High got.
It's love.
That is love. That is the very definition of love. And that is the purest form of it. You get nothing out the deal. The Most High gets nothing out the deal. Even when Christ comes back, they're going to love him. They're going to love the Most High because it's already going to be in him. Is that really love? It doesn't feel like it's love. Well, we're going to all love him just because it's an innate thing now. And this is why it's so important for us to fight like hell to serve the Most High now. And that's why we'll get rewarded the greatest, because we stood so stiffly when it wasn't convenient to stand stiffly. That's why finishing now and living this life and doing things the right way will get the greatest blessings out of it. Let's continue.
Line 93. So he promised them that he would beseech the Most High, and persuade him to forgive them their sins. However, he advised them to be righteous and to be good, and ever to remember the miseries that have befallen them on account of their departure from virtue.
So he's like, okay, I'm going to pray to the Most High and ask him to forgive y'all, but you guys can't forget about, you can't lose your virtue. It has nothing to do with the king. Like, you got to keep pursuing the Most High, even though your nature is going to be pursuing him. Don't forget, don't lose focus of why we fall. We fall because the nation loses their virtue. And you can't focus on the head's flaws so much that you forget what this is really about. Is that?
Because the scripture says, at a time of prosperity, there's a forgetfulness of affliction.
God.
So the reason why we're so short-sighted, and we got a short-term memory on where our blessings came from and where our successes came from, we forget the Most High in a heartbeat. You know what I'm saying? As soon as things get good, we forget them.
When things get good, and if I got a head over me that's dynamic and charismatic, I don't got to think about it. I'm just going to follow him. I just got to follow him. Versus me sitting back here and working on fixing what's inside of me every day. And this is why as leaders, we have to sit back and push men, not to be into us, but to focus men and the people around us to push to do things the right way in Christ. We have to wean people off of us to pursuing Christ. That's how we stay blameless. Okay, read on.
Come. As also to remember the strange signs the Most High had shown them, and the body of laws that Moses had given them, if they had any desire of being preserved and made happy with their king.
You better follow these laws, and you better still pursue serving the Most High if you and your king is going to ever find happiness. That's just a smack in the face.
Hey, you know,
it's still like, dude, he's still saying, man, still follow me so you and your king can be happy.
And you know what that shows too? That
sad.
That it should be a wake-up call for the people, but it also should be a wake-up call for the king.
Yep.
For anybody that's in a leadership position as well. Because even a leader should take note of this, to say, the Most High is still, although he may work through me, he's still not content with me being in charge. Because ultimately it's about the people the people loving the Most High and not loving me. That should be a wake-up for both parties.
Huh?
You know what I'm saying?
Right. And know that you're on the hook. Yeah. Anyway, or you're on the clock, I should say.
Right.
Read on.
Line 94. But he said that if they should grow careless of these things,
they'll grow careless by focusing too much on the king and not about the service of the Most High, which we know by nature they would do. It was so bad that if the king wasn't teaching the Bible, they weren't reading the Bible. It was that bad. If the king wasn't talking the Bible, nobody was talking the Bible. To the fact where the priest went into their closet and blew off all the dust on the Bible and said, hey, give this to Josiah and see if he wants to talk about this and read this, man. You kind of craziness is that? It was in the priest's area. The priest wasn't even reading the Bible. They were just killing animals on the Sabbath.
You know what that represents? That represents Israel's desire is always to find and do something new. Yeah. We're never set on doing the same thing
and perfecting it.
Perfecting that routine is death to us.
Yep.
So we always want. So if a king come out and say we ain't reading the Bible, we're doing this. Everybody's so quick to follow because it's new.
Yep.
Not because it's what's
they want to follow because Israel don't want to follow nothing.
Yeah, we always clean.
What's the new guys?
What's the new guys? What's brand new? What's the new fresh understanding? We always want something new, man. Serving the Most High, we're just not content with that.
God.
Got new breakdowns.
The new information.
Yeah,
this is newer than the newest stuff.
Hot off the press. Man.
Yeah, hot off the extra. Read all about it.
Y'all ain't got these breakdowns.
Normally it'd be heresies though.
Yeah.
Because it'd be Mamzars and all kind of crazy concepts that come from.
Just look like you're doing something new.
Yeah, because there's only so far you can go. Only so far you can go
with knowledge.
There's only so far you can go out, and there's more. You know where
you can go further. You can always talk more about humility. patience,
Yeah.
long suffering. That's not fun. You gotta be in the work living to do that.
That means more suffering.
And being around more orphans,
Yeah.
more widows,
Yeah.
to really get better in that. Other than there's a cap on knowledge.
And don't get
Unless you want to start making new knowledge up.
And don't get it twisted for people watching the internet. We're not laughing at orphans of knowledge. We're laughing at
No.
people. We're laughing at
That
people
run from dealing with the problems of orphans.
Exactly. So there's no misinterpretation.
Yep. Because that's what we do for a living. Deal with sick. Anyway, let's continue.
Come. But he said that if they should grow careless of these things, great judgment would come from the Most High upon them and upon their king. And when Samuel had thus prophesied to the Hebrews, he dismissed them to their own homes, having confirmed the kingdom to Saul the second time.
So he said the kingdom went to Saul, but they even had a sterner check the second time than the first time. Now we're going to finish it up. 1 Samuel 12 and 6 now.
Oh, you want 6? Okay. 1 Samuel chapter 12, verse 6. And Samuel said unto the people, it is the Most High that advanced Moses and Aaron, and that brought your fathers up out of the land of Egypt.
So he's saying even though Moses was the leader and Aaron was the number 2, it was still the Most High that orchestrated it. And it wasn't as much about the men that followed the Most High as it was the Most High. Read on.
Now therefore stand still, that I may reason with you before the Most High of all the righteous acts of the Most High, which he did to you and to your fathers. When Jacob was come into Egypt, and your fathers cried unto the Most High, then the Most High sent Moses and Aaron, which brought forth your fathers out of Egypt, and made them dwell in this place.
He said, I sent Moses and Aaron after you cried. He's reminding, listen, when you cried to me, I brought somebody to help you. So he's like, all you had to do was cry to me, and I would have sent you somebody now. Just like I did in the past.
Yep.
You didn't need a man than his son's son that be the guy that's the intermediary between the Most High and you, and your defender and your protector. All you had to do was come to me, and I would have gave it to you. Read on.
Verse 9. And when they forgot the Most High their power, he sold them into the hand of Sisera, captain of the host of Hazor, and into the hand of the Philistines, and into the hand of the king of Moab, and they fought against him.
Mm-hmm.
And they cried unto the Most High and said, we have sinned, because we have forsaken the Most High, and have served Baal.
So all the different times that during the time of Judges that we fell, once we were sinning and following Baal and Astarte and Ashtaroth, which is the same person or same female deity, then the Most High listened and created a deliverer for us. He said, all you had to do is cry to me, and I was there this entire time. Just approach me humbly with supplication and removing the gods in your life, and I was there. Read on.
And have served Baal and Ashtaroth. But now deliver us out of the hand of our enemies, and we will serve thee. And the Lord sent Jerubbaal and Badon and Jephthah and Samuel, and deliver you out of the hand of your enemies on every side.
You see how it's always a kind of a one-way selfish relationship we have with the Most High?
Yep.
We have a one-way relationship with the Most High where it's just about what we want.
Yep. And if I fall, then get me out of this, bail me out of this situation.
It's very selfish, huh? Mm-hmm. It's still a relationship, but nonetheless, it's based on selfish.
It's toxic, guy.
Premise, huh? It's not based on what I can give the Most High. I can give to Him.
Never satisfied.
Come, it's just what can I get?
And the Most High was like, I'm willing to be patient and work this out. But now you bring a king in there. I was willing to wait till you figured it out, and you still never figured it out. Anyway, keep going.
And ye dwelled safe. Verse 12. And when ye saw that Nahash, the king of the children of Ammon, came against you, ye said unto me, Nay, but a king shall reign over us, when the Most High your power was your king.
And this is what he says, listen, man, when Nahash, this Ammonite, came in here, and you sat back here and ran to the king for protection versus the Most High. This is what pissed him off. Why you got to go to the king? Or you just pray to me? I would have took care of it. And that was what pissed him off so much.
It just shows you where our faith is at.
Exactly. Exactly. Versus sitting back here and just approaching the Most High and asking Him to deliver. Read on.
Verse 13. Now therefore, behold, the king whom ye have chosen, and whom ye have desired. And behold, the Most High hath set a king over you.
Con.
If ye will fear the Most High and serve Him, and obey His voice, and not rebel against the commandment of the Most High, then shall both ye and also the king that reigneth over you continue following the Most High your power.
Exactly. What he's saying, you still got to follow the Most High. You know, he quickly got past himself out and like, you guys still have a responsibility to follow the commandments and follow the Lord. But it was a slap in the face to the Most High when we cried out to Samuel. That was the first time we actually did it out. That's what we cried out to some man. Well, no, we did it with Moses. Yeah. But the Most High understood. We was brand new back then. Like, y'all still don't figure it out. You still haven't figured out that you can run to a man versus me? Yeah. Just go to me.
You know, but that takes patience because you don't know when the Most High is going to answer.
And you know what what also is sad about Israel? We're not good students of history. See, listen, in order to correct, to change the mistakes that was made in the past, you got to read these mistakes. You got to read them and learn from them. But the problem is, we don't take the time to learn from our forefathers' mistakes so we can make better decisions in the present.
Yep.
That's what it takes. So it's almost like we don't read our history. We forget the past. So now we're in a new situation and we act like we don't know nothing. We make the same mistakes that we made in the past because we don't study our history.
He said the things that are written aforetime was written for our learning.
But it took us to Romans to even figure that out. I think it's the Romans even figure that concept out. Because every generation we would forget, except for the ones who were in the spirit. They always would go back to the past. Whether it was Mattathias, David, all the great Samuel, they go back to the past to remind us. But the ones that was in their flesh, they never did.
Even Stephen, before he was martyred, gave the whole history before he was put to death.
Let's keep going though, man. It's crazy, huh?
Verse 14. If ye will fear the Most High and serve Him, and obey His voice, and not rebel against the commandment of the Most High, then shall both ye and also the king that reigneth over you continue following the Lord your power.
I can the Most High was really hurt at it. He had 300,000 fighters come together. The last time they even came together was for Joshua. Like that. There was no unity from the time Joshua died to this particular point. And it took a man to do it. And you think the Most High just wanted for 400 or 500 years to go by? And that doesn't happen? He's been trying to get their attention for 500 years, and they weren't listening. We know that.
But if ye will not obey the voice of the Lord, but rebel against the commandment but rebel against the commandment of the Most High, then shall the hand of the Most High be against you.
Right. He said there was terms and conditions involved. He said that the stipulation to keep the Most High guarding you, guiding you, protecting you was what? Read that part one more time.
But rebel against the commandment of the Most High, then shall the hand of the Most High be against you. Did you want the whole point?
No, keep going. You got it.
Okay. As it was against your fathers.
He says, so it's this relationship that we have with the Most High is conditional. If we obey, the Most High comes through for us as our protector, our defense, our shield, our stability, our safety. But if we don't follow, and that's throughout the whole Bible, that concept of what it takes to get the Most High on your side is repetitive throughout the Bible. From the beginning of the Bible. From the first time that we were offering up offerings to the Most High to gain his attention and to gain his protection. You know what I'm saying? That's why he told Cain, if thou doest well, shall not be accepted. All you have to do is do right, and I'll be acceptable of your offerings, and you'll be blessed. You'll be rewarded. That story has not changed since Genesis. Read on.
Verse 16. Now therefore stand and see this great thing, which the Most High will do before your eyes.
Go ahead.
Is it not wheat harvest today? I will call unto the Most High, and he shall send thunder and rain, that ye may perceive and see that your wickedness is great.
You know what? Nobody recognizes that these so-called natural disasters
Are from the Most
are
High.
from the Most High. It's been so prevalent in the last couple of years. This massive extinction, animal die-off that's going on right now. I mean, that's been going on for years, but it's even worse now. There's entire species of animals that are never about to become completely destroyed, annihilated. The ocean toxic, whales beaching themselves. These birds falling out the air.
Okay.
Earthquakes causing tsunamis that can be felt across the world. Not just in one area, but across the world. Sending waves at 300 to 600 miles per hour. Washing up, earthquake in the South Pacific, washing up, hitting the shores of Chile, Alaska. Crazy volcanoes going off. One just went off the other day. You know what I'm saying? Causing craziness that you're watching in the earth. Nobody's saying the Most High is angry. Nobody's taking the time to say maybe the Most High is not with what's going on right now. Nobody wants to put two and two together, because the nations they don't see the Most High that way anyway. But it's for us, in order for us to identify this is the Most High's doing. This is the Most High's involvement. This is the Most High's putting his hand against the nations, against the earth, showing his displeasure. But we don't recognize that. We're ignorant of that. But read that part again. That's a great point.
And he shall send thunder and rain, that ye may perceive.
That ye may what?
That ye may perceive.
Snowstorms, blizzards, hurricanes, hailstorms, weird weather patterns, even just the dust storms or mudslides. The wind that picked up in Colorado was flipping cars over, flipping trucks over. Just high winds out of nowhere. All these things are from who?
Most High.
Most High. Read on.
And he shall send thunder and rain, that ye may perceive and see that your wickedness and see that your wickedness is great.
We don't know that our wickedness is tied to Mother Nature, tied to the earth, tied to bad weather. It's the Most High. We're provoking the Most High to bring this on us.
Did you want that first?
No. Yeah. Read on.
Which ye have done in the sight of the Most High, in asking you a king.
All this because you asked for a king. All this because you don't want me to reign over you. All this because you don't want the Most High, his providence, to rule over you, but you want a man to rule over you. You want a physical being to rule over you and make decisions for you and protect you and guide you and lead you. Read on.
So Samuel called unto the Most High, and the Most High sent thunder and rain that day.
Go ahead.
And all the people greatly feared the Most High and Samuel. And all the people said unto Samuel, Pray for thy servants unto the Most High thy power, that we die not.
Only when our life is on the line do we care to really start praying to the Most High.
That was a severe storm then, huh?
Right. But a storm to where you feel like you're going to die?
Yeah.
But look what it takes to get us to follow. Look what it takes to get us to submit. Look at the severity of the situation to recognize the Most High is not pleased. After Katrina, people started putting two and two together like, man, it hit and damaged a specific area of New Orleans, a specific area of our people, to where our people suffered the greatest. And then our people start putting it together. Maybe the Most High is not happy. At the time, it was the murder capital. And you would think that, whoa, the Most High is angry. The Most High is upset. And right after that Katrina, the murder numbers went back up.
Yeah.
And it became the murder capital again after Katrina. So did we really learn that the Most High was upset with us, and he's not pleased with what's going on in our behavior, and this is why he's bringing this bad weather, severe weather patterns against us. We're not putting two and two together. Read on.
Pray for thy servants unto the Most High thy power, that we die not.
So only when our life is on the line do we start praying to the Most High. Read on.
For we have added unto all our sins this evil, to ask us a king.
Besides the regular evil that we were doing, to look for a temporary physical leader, he said this is another evil. Read on.
And Samuel said unto the people, Fear not, ye have done all this wickedness. Yet turn not aside from following the Most High, but serve the Most High with all your heart.
With what?
With all your heart.
That's what the Most High always wanted. That's all he ever wanted. That's all the Most High ever wanted, was for us to serve the Most High with all our heart. Put all your mind, soul, strength, body, mentality, put everything that you have towards the Most High. Put your chips on the Most High. A lot of us have got faith in this damn cryptocurrency more than we do the Most High. We got more faith that, you know, the Ethereum or the Dogecoin or the damn Bitcoin is gonna save us. We got more faith in government, money, economics, policies, military might, new weaponry. You know what I'm saying? We got faith in all these alternatives that's not the Most High. Read on.
Come. But serve the Most High with all your heart, and turn ye not aside, for then should ye go after vain things.
And that was a vain anything that's not the Most High is a vain thing. Our focus and our hope and our salvation, our security, our peace of mind, all these things has to be directed towards the Most High. There's nothing physical, there's nothing earthly that can sustain you. Read on.
After vain things, which cannot profit nor deliver, for they are vain.
For they are vain. So when so you got all your money now in crypto, because crypto's the new thing.
That's the new thing.
That's
what's
the
going on in the street.
We always want something new, man. NFTs, crypto, but it's the new thing. And when power goes out, because the Most High send a storm and knock out power, or the Most High cause a solar flare to disrupt all the satellites, and now your bank account, your crypto account is wiped out from a solar flare. Now you're looking silly, like, man, I put everything I had into that. I was expecting that to get me out of my condition, and it didn't happen. It didn't pull me out of my condition.
Nope.
Because it was vain from the jump, and it was just a new way to serve an idol, a fake variation of the Most High. Read on.
Verse 22. For the Most High would not forsake his people, for his great name's sake. Sorry, read that again. For the Most High would not forsake his people for his great name's sake.
At this point, the only reason he's not giving up on us was for his name's sake.
Right. It ain't because of it's not because of us.
It was like what Moses said, Father, if you give up on these people, though, all the nations are gonna mock you.
Yeah.
Like, you're right. I'll sit back here and keep working with him. He's only doing it for, at this point, he's only doing it
and he
for his
said
name.
When Moses said that, he had reminded the Most High that he said it out of his own mouth that you said that you would be there for these people.
Yep.
So he had to remind the Most High of his own words.
Exactly. So he repented from his evil, his anger.
Exactly.
So it shows you Israel will push you to want to quit on them. Easy. If the Heavenly Father wanted to quit on them, you don't think we got to sit back here and fight to not quit on them? Or quit on us?
Our people.
That's the challenge. But you know what the crazy is? We have to feel, and this goes back to the point. The Most High wants us to feel what he felt and what Christ felt, that rejection, that blowback for having good intentions and people not appreciating you. This is part of the journey the Most High wants us to follow, just like it was the journey that Christ had to follow. We have to experience that hatred and come back and give when you don't want to give. This is why the church is important. The camp body is important. You got to be around the camp body, feel that hatred, and go back and give again. That is an element of learning Christ. You can't do it from afar.
You know,
I ain't gonna go any more with it. But
even to the point of you saying, "Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do." And that's what it takes.
Getting pushed to that point.
Yeah.
Continue.
Read on.
For the Most High would not forsake his people for his great name's sake, because it hath pleased the Most High to make you his people. Moreover, as for me, the Most High forbid that I should sin against the Most High in ceasing to pray for you. But I would teach you the good and the right way.
Man.
He said, I'm not going to give up on you even though you push me to that. Read on.
Only fear the Most High and serve him in truth.
So only fear the Most High, not the King, the Most High. And serve him in truth. Read on.
With all your heart. For consider how great things he hath done for you.
Yeah.
Read on.
But if ye shall still do wickedly, ye shall be consumed, both ye and your king.
All facts. You know what? Unless there's something else you want to go, I think we're going to shut it down with that.
1 John 4:19.
Okay.
I think a lot has been brought out today.
Yes, sir.
Excellent.
I lost it. My bad. Just had it. My bad.
It's all good.
Went too fast. 1 John
4:19.
1 John chapter 4, verse 19.
Read that.
We love him.
It said that's why we're supposed to love the Most High. Go ahead.
We love him because he first loved us.
Not because our love is great. Our love is phony.
Kinda.
Our love is really suspect and really short term and limited. Our love is hypocritical. Our love is not solid. It's not founded on anything. You know what I'm saying? The whole history of the Bible shows how we love. But it says we love him because what?
Because he first loved us.
Because he first loved us. That's the same thing he said at the end of 23. He says,
Can you read it?
Yeah. Verse 22.
But I would teach you.
Verse 22?
Oh, I'm sorry, verse 22.
Yeah.
For the Lord would not forsake his people, for his great name's sake.
Go ahead.
Because it hath pleased the Lord to make you his people.
So it was his love for us first that kept this relationship going. It really wasn't anything that we were doing to keep this relationship going. It was the Most High's love that he didn't give up on us. He didn't quit on us. And for that reason is why we should love the Most High even that much more. And love Christ even that much more. That was it.
Okay, so with that, we're gonna shut down class today. We're gonna send our prayers up, and we'll go from there. Okay, Majum, Panya, Yirah Shalom. That's where we at, right there. Everybody following y'all for the prayers. Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh Shai.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Michael.
Send Michael.
And the righteous angels.
And the righteous angels.
To watch over.
To watch over.
Bless.
Bless.
Heal.
Heal.
Protect.
Protect.
And make strong.
And make strong.
The people of Yasharallah.
The people of Yasharallah.
Also send unto us.
Also send unto us.
Much wisdom.
Much wisdom.
Much knowledge.
Much knowledge.
Much understanding.
Much understanding.
Much patience.
Much patience.
Much faith.
Much faith.
Much brotherhood.
Much brotherhood.
And much love.
And much love.
Spiritual power.
Spiritual power.
And forgive all of our sins.
And forgive all of our sins.
Yahweh Shai come quickly.
Yahweh Shai come quickly.
For in thee.
For in thee.
Is our hope.
Is our hope.
Always.
Always.
And forever.
And forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Yahweh
Hathawarah. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Award.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Shaman. Zayat. Lamashach. Yasharallah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness.
To show forth thy loving kindness.
In the morning.
In the morning.
And thy faithfulness.
And thy faithfulness.
Every night.
Every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
Has made me glad through thy work.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh.
But thou Yahweh.
Art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
For lo thine enemies.
For lo thine enemies.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
For lo thine enemies shall perish.
For lo thine enemies shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
For my horn shalt thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
My eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire on my enemies.
My desire on my enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire of the wicked.
My desire of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no righteousness in him.
By Hashem Yahushua.
By Hashem Yahushua.
Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hama Iowa.
Hama Iowa.
La Dawad.
La Dawad.
Hana.
Hana.
Ma.
Ma.
Tawab.
Tawab.
Wama.
Wama.
Na'ayam.
Na'ayam.
Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Akim.
Akim.
Gam.
Gam.
Yachad.
Yachad.
Kashaman.
Kashaman.
Hatawab.
Hatawab.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Hara'ash.
Hara'ash.
Yarad.
Yarad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Hasakwan.
Hasakwan.
Zakwan.
Zakwan.
Aharan.
Aharan.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Paya.
Paya.
Manawath Yawa.
Manawath Yawa.
Katal.
Katal.
Karamwan.
Karamwan.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Hararia.
Hararia.
Tazayawan.
Tazayawan.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Sham.
Sham.
Tazawa.
Tazawa.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Af.
Af.
Habaraka.
Habaraka.
Chayayam.
Chayayam.
I. Harwalam.
Harwalam.
Ba'ashem Yahushua.
Ba'ashem Yahushua.
Psalms 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard that ran down upon the beard, upon the beard that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
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 Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Ba'ashem.
Ba'ashem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Rachanawa.
Rachanawa.
Washradim.
Washradim.
Wabiyat.
Wabiyat.
Sepoyim.
Sepoyim.
Turn. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Ba'ashem.
Ba'ashem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Rachanawa.
Rachanawa.
Washradim.
Washradim.
Wabiyat.
Wabiyat.
Sepoyim.
Sepoyim.
Turn. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Ba'ashem.
Ba'ashem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Rachanawa.
Rachanawa.
Washradim.
Washradim.
Wabiyat.
Wabiyat.
Sepoyim.
Sepoyim.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Ba'ashem.
Ba'ashem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Rachanawa.
Rachanawa.
Washradim.
Washradim.
Wabiyat.
Wabiyat.
Sepoyim.
Sepoyim.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahushua.
Barakatah Yahushua.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahushua.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahushua.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahushua.
Barakatah Yahweh.
All knowledge.
All knowledge.
All wisdom.
All wisdom.
All understanding.
All understanding.
All mercy.
All mercy.
All patience.
All patience.
All love.
All love.
All power.
All power.
From Yahweh.
From Yahweh.
All power.
All power.
From Yahweh.
From Yahweh.
All power.
All power.
From Yahweh.
From Yahweh.
Ba'ashem.
Ba'ashem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
The water.
The water.
Amyat.
Amyat.
Amen.
Amen.
Take a look.
You got that done?
Soon out in the heavenly order, Yahweh, while Shai, while Karish, all men of Israel, Amajam, Barak,
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Thumb. Kwame Yashmata. Go. Yashmata. Perfect. Awesome.
Shooting out of the daughters of Zion, men in Israel, Amadam, Rock.
Yahweh Shemar Alathon B'Hashem Yahushai.
Yahweh Shemar Alathon B'Hashem Yahushai.
Yashmata. Dismissed. Voila. Excellent. Dua for tuning in, y'all. See y'all on Monday. Shalom.